I'm here to read the first letter from Elias Davis to his wife, Georgiana. Do not have a date on this letter, but all indications suggest that it would have been the summer of 1861 when he was in Richmond, Virginia. So I'm going to read it to you now for this first video. Be sure to direct letters to me as directed above. Our company is second company in regiment. Consequently, it is called Company B. Kiss Johnny for me and teach him if possible where I am and for what purpose. I hate to stop writing to you, but duty calls me away. Again, dear Georgia, goodbye. Be careful of your health. Oh, if you but knew how much I suffer on your account, you would take care of yourself. This campaign will be of more advantage to me than would a course of lectures. I will probably see more surgical practice than I would at a medical college. When I am not on duty, I am reading and writing. Of course, I sleep as much as a man ought to. Write to me immediately. Write to me often, once a week. Tell Sarah to write to me. Tell your mother to write to me. Ask Dyer and Rhoda to write to me. I shall write to all of them shortly. I ought to receive, on an average, 2 letters a week from some of the family. May God in his infinite goodness protect you all until I return. When I return, when we meet, if I meet you in health, that shall be the happiest day of my life. Forever yours, Elias Davis. The second letter home from Elias Davis to his wife, Georgiana, who you'll come to learn calls her Georgie, Georgia, various nicknames, is also undated, but again, likely summer of 1861. So I'm going to read it for you now. Dear Georgia, your brother John can draw off copies of above notices and send them to different places. These notices give Georgia's brother authorization to sue in his name. Anyway, you must write to me frequently. A soldier's life is not an unpleasant one. We have plenty to eat. You would be tickled if you could see me cooking and washing. We are not allowed to drink whiskey. A man now is in the guardhouse for getting drunk. He has been there 2 days and nights, and will remain there until we leave here. Pretty severe punishment, but it is just. I am granted all privileges that I desire. I have not even tasted intoxicating liquor since I saw you, but twice. Then I used it as a medicine. The use of profane or obscene language has been forbidden. I hope you will have confidence in my last promise. Adieu, sweet Georgia, adieu. You shall hear from me soon. Your affectionate husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Look on other side for my address. We leave here on Wednesday. The third letter home from Elias Davis to his wife Georgiana has a date. This letter is dated July 30th, 1861 from Camp Bull Run near Manassas. I'll read it to you now. Sweet Georgia, I had commenced a few minutes ago to pen you a few lines but was called out dress parade. It is too late for me to write with a pen. It is now twilight. Ralph is up and able for duty. I judged from your last letter that you entertained fear that we did not get enough to eat. We have plenty of good, substantial diet. You know I can't cook well. I have gained several pounds in flesh since I left home. I visited on yesterday the wounded Yankees. Had quite an interesting time with some of them. My conclusion respecting Yankeedom after my visit is that they are not only the most deluded people on earth, but they are the most degraded people under the canopy of heaven. Some of the wounded prisoners I do sympathize with. They are a low class of people forced into service. I sense among the wounded a few intelligent men, but doubtless they are meaner than they are intelligent. Georgia, I don't think we can be separated long. It pains my heart when I think of your conditions at home. You ought to be reconciled to our separation for a while. When you reflect over motives that impelled me to do as I have done, may heaven guard and protect you and soon permit us meet and live as we have done. Your affectionate husband, Elias Davis. All right, back with letter 4 from Elias Davis from his service in the Civil War. This letter, dated August 14th, 1861, from Dr. Osmond's, Prince William County, near Manassas, does not go to his wife Georgia, but rather to Georgia's brother, so Elias's brother-in-law, J.T. Latham, John. I'll read it to you now. Dear John, I received letters from you and Sarah, John's wife, some time ago. I would have answered them immediately, but I was too sick to do so. Oh, John, I have suffered wonderfully during last 3 weeks. I took diarrhea, which terminated in dysentery. Then I took measles, and measles and dysentery together came very high, winding up my earthly career. I knew if I stayed in camp I would be compelled to die. Consequently, I insisted on being allowed to board myself at some private house. Our surgeon, who is a very precious friend of mine, used his influence for me in such a manner that my request was granted. I am 3 miles from camp boarding with and under medical treatment of Dr. Osmond. I am much better than I have been. I shall return to camp in a few days, though I shall not be able for duty for some time. Prospect for peace is said to be very favorable. I think the prospect for a big fight shortly very favorable. John, if you can, sell all the horses we have except Bedford. If I do not return by Christmas, I want everything sold and the Negroes hired out. Georgia must not attempt to raise a crop. The war may close before Christmas. I think it will. Your brother, Elias Davis.
This is Elias Davis letter number 5, Dr. Osmond's, dated September 2nd, 1861. To Mr. J.T. Latham. Dear John, God only knows whether we will be compelled to remain here all winter or not. Whilst all of us hope for a speedy peace, we can learn nothing from the United States government, but that indicates a protracted war. If I do not return this winter, Georgia must not attempt to carry on any farming next year. She must not live as she is now living. I want her, if she does not live there all the time, to spend a great portion of her time at my father's. She will be welcomed there with a pleasure. My father and mother told me if I joined the army, they wanted Georgia and Johnny to live with them. John, you can't imagine how I am pained at the condition of my family, but it is out of my power to have things otherwise. I'm aware that I'm putting you to a great deal of trouble, but the tender feelings that a man has for his family will constrain him to do things that nothing else could compel him to do. The above is only for you to read. Your brother, Elias Davis. This is a letter from Elias Davis. This is letter 6, Centerville, Fairfax County, Virginia. This is dated October 10th, 1861, to Dr. Daniel Davis and family. Dear Father, Ralph is Elias's brother. Ralph or I ought to have written you long ago. I thought Ralph had written to you since I wrote you, until he informed me he had not. Our clothing arrived night before last. Our cakes were spoiled. Our knit drawers were slightly damaged. Our clothing is excellent, just as we need. Parson Waldrop, now that's Reverend Andrew Jackson Waldrop, John Truss, and T. Waldrop are here. They arrived yesterday. They left our clothing at Weldon, North Carolina. Made arrangements to have it forwarded by express company. You must not risk anything more to care of the government agent. Lieutenant Robert Earl was killed a week ago by the descent of a Minnie ball fired from neighboring regiment. He was in his tent on the bed. Ball passed right through his head. McMillan was on his bed with him. McMillan was asleep. We suppose Earl was awake as he had a chew of tobacco in his mouth. Robert Earl was a gentleman and a good officer. Our sentinels tonight are directed to watch for rockets. If rockets are seen, we are directed to move forward. We know by rockets that the enemy is approaching. We expect a fight shortly. We may leave here tonight. We may not leave in 2 or 3 weeks. I was elected to fill vacancy occasioned by Earl's death. The office I have is the most desirable office in a company. My pay is $80 per month. I think I shall be able to send Georgia $120 every 2 months. If I do not go to see Georgia, she shall come see me. I will not go to see Georgia unless Ralph can go see Ann. Georgia must not come to see me unless Ann can come to see Ralph. Very little sickness in our regiment. I shall write to you by A.J. Waldrop, your son, Elias Davis. P.S. Ralph's and my health is most excellent. I'm looking better than you ever saw me. I'm very fleshly. When I get up in the mornings, I feel like I could jump over one of our tents. Elias. This letter is from Elias Davis. This is letter number 7, dated October 14th, 1861. Dear Pa, I intend to send you this by A.J. Waldrop, but he left here unexpectedly to all of us. We were on the field drilling when he left. Consequently, we could not even send messages to our kindred and friends. I excused the parson, as his son's health is very bad, and it was as important for Carrie, his son, to get home as soon as possible. We're ordered to pack up everything we have. Farewell. Your son, Elias Davis. Elias Davis, letter number 8, written from a camp in Virginia around January 1863. My dear Georgia, your letter mailed on the 23rd came to hand the day before yesterday. It made a hasty trip. I received a letter from Manda this evening, dated the 22nd, mailed on the 24th. Manda wrote to me that Mrs. Marshall was dead. Her life was no pleasure to her and no satisfaction to her family. Georgie and Betty have had a hard time. Mrs. Marshall's death will break up the rendezvous of Marshall family at George's. You stated in your letter that you had heard that I was sick. I hope you've heard now that I'm well. My health is as good now as it was before I was sick. I'm not so fleshy as I was, but I'm fattening. We went on picket duty on yesterday. We're to leave this evening. Nothing of interest occurred. We're going to work early tomorrow morning to make ourselves comfortable. Though we may not stay here a week, Mark McMillan and I are going to dig a pit in the ground, dig a chimney to it, and stretch our fly over it. We will be as warm as mice in a cotton sack. Prince is well pleased and exerts himself to please me. He's quite popular at Mr. Jones's as well as myself. He's given such a glowing description to Jones's Negroes of Alabama that all of them are anxious to go to Alabama. They've always had a horror of going south until they saw Prince. Mr. Jones speaks of moving to Alabama. He says that Prince's staying a while at his house has had a good effect. I will send Prince to Jones's tomorrow after soap. I've not visited the family since I left there after recovering from sickness. We are not allowed to leave camp. The country is full of provost guards arresting men and officers. I hope this time is not far distant when we will be out of sight of the enemy and allowed to fire up for the winter. We can make ourselves much more comfortable than you can imagine. Georgia, I have nothing else of interest to write and will close on account of the coldness of my fingers. You ought to receive letters from me frequently. No person writes more often than you do. Remember me to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
This is letter 9 from Elias Davis to his wife, Georgia, Richmond, Virginia, March 29th, 1862. My dear Georgia, we arrived here this evening, 7 o'clock. We were delayed at Atlanta and Dalton, Georgia, Knoxville and Bristol, Tennessee, and Lynchburg, Virginia. Georgia, I am much gratified at the removal of our regiment from Manassas. Our regiment is at Weldon, North Carolina. I will be much nigher to you than I would be at Manassas. I will leave there day after tomorrow. Weldon is on the road from here to Wilmington. We are at the St. Charles Hotel, a hotel especially for the accommodation of soldiers. We are all well. I do not cough any now. I have not been out in the city. Consequently, I have no news to communicate. Martial law has been proclaimed here, and the person cannot walk the streets without a passport. I don't suppose the sentinels will interfere with an officer, but I shall not risk them tonight. I have not heard from Ralph since I left home. I hope this may find you well. I shall now read a chapter in the Testament. Look at your daguerreotype and then go to bed. Georgia, I will read the Bible. My chapter tonight is from the chapter of the first epistle of Paul to Timothy. I will read a chapter every night. Write to me where to commence. When I get through, you will read with me. Kiss Johnny for me. May God bless you. Good night, your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 10 from Mr. Davis. April 20th, 1862. Georgia, I was on picket duty last night beyond Dam Number 1. Went over after dark and returned before daylight. We are compelled to go and return under shelter of darkness to avoid being shot at by the enemy. I had with me 15 men. At 11:30 last night, musketry commenced firing at Dam Number 1, a mile below me, firing rapidly intent upon entrenchment. It was in the rear of my 2 men on post. Seeing that we could be cut off from our army if the fight became general, I rallied my men and ordered a retreat, double quick time. Just before we arrived at Dam 2, men of the 8th Alabama Regiment fired at us. Fortunately, missed us. I was in the rear when fired on. I took the lead and vociferated with a baby's voice the name of our Brigadier General Wilcox. Wilcox don't shoot pickets. Imagine my feelings. I desire to live. I have as much to induce me to want to live as any person has. A handsome, good, and affectionate wife and a promising little boy. Besides, I do, and there seems to be a page missing in the letter on this part. Takes up again. 10 a.m., raining, and the prospects good for an abundance of rain, but few cannons have been fired this morning. 5 p.m., the 21st, 1862. Enemy still shelling us. Firing is very slow. I have not had time to write you a letter. I am well. We are anxious for the fight to commence. I wrote to you day before yesterday. Kiss Johnny for me, your husband. E. Davis. P.S. I sent you $80 by Colonel Shelley to care of Brother Ed. Lieutenant James E. Shelley is the son of John and son of William Percy and Margaret Eder Shelley of Talladega. This is letter 11. Now the first page of this letter is missing, so we take up where we probably on the second page. No date was given on this letter, but it is to his wife, Georgiana. Health of our regiment is good. No fever cases have yet occurred. 19 of our company are absent at hospitals. In what condition they are in, I am unable to say. John Lindsay returned to camp yesterday looking like a ghost. He had been quite sick. David McCombs is still at hospital, sick of neuralgia. I merely judge from what has been told me of him. You can send his father word that he is not dangerous. Persons at home may think strangely of us because we do not keep them advised of the condition of their sick friends. It is impossible for us to do so after they leave camp. David McCombs is a good boy, and he will make a good soldier. Georgia, I wrote to you to keep $40 or $50 by you. I want you to keep it to buy whatever you and Johnny may need. Don't contract a debt if you can avoid it. They have always been hard to pay and will be harder after this war. I want you to buy whatever you want, but I shall send you money and want you to pay cash for everything. Heavy cannoning has been going on for an hour in direction of Drury's Bluff on James River. I shall not be surprised if we are ordered there at any time. We have a battery there to blockade James River. Enemy may assail it by hand to capture it, as their gunboats cannot pass that point until it is silenced. Yankees are beginning to admit that they lost in 7 Pines, fight 10,000 and killed, wounded, and missing. Reinforcements have been sent from here to General Jackson. You may expect to hear of his achievements of more brilliant victories. General Price is at Richmond, to what place he is destined. I do not know a great deal will be done in 40 days, at the expiration of which time I expect an armistice, which will be a step towards peace. Dr. Bates, one of the detailed assistant surgeons of our regiment, has just returned from Yankeedom. Our wounded boys are at Fortress Monroe, rapidly improving, except for Green Blackburn, who died after his leg was amputated. Bates was left at Williamsburg with wounded from our regiment. Major Forney will be paroled as soon as he is able to travel. Paroled means that a person is released from prison upon oath that he will not fight again until he is exchanged. Our brigadier is now composed, he did say brigadier, he said brigade. Our brigade is now composed of 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th Alabama regiments. Ex-Governor Winston is colonel of the 8th Alabama Regiment, a mere perfect tyrant and more profane man never lived. On the night after fight on Saturday, Colonel Winston marched his men into a Yankee camp from which enemy had fled and gave the following orders: halt, front, order arms, stack arms, fall out, and go to plundering, damn you. During the fight on Saturday evening, Winston's regiment was near the 3rd Alabama Regiment. The colonel of the 3rd was killed, and it appears from what happened that Lieutenant Colonel and Major were wounded, killed, or absent from other cause. 3rd Regiment was confused, not fighting much. Some of them said to Colonel Winston that no person was present to give them orders. Winston stormed out of the regiment. What do you want with orders? There is the enemy. Shoot them. Damn them. Shoot them. He is brave. We are sorry that he has got into our brigade. Vegetables are hard to get. Everything is high. Large onions, 4 for $1. Beef, 50 cents a pound. Bacon, 50 to 65 cents. Cabbage, 25 cents a head. Eggs, $1 a dozen. Hens, $1 and $1.25 apiece. Men who receive $11 a month can't buy much at such prices. Remember me to all of your papa's family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
This is letter 12. Camp 4 miles from Richmond, Virginia, May 18th, 1862. From Davis to his wife, Georgia. My dear Georgia, we are pleasantly situated 4 miles from Richmond, 3 miles from Wilton Farm on James River. We have no tents, but we make ourselves more comfortable than you imagine. Our camp is in an Our camp is in an elevated pine field, convenient to good water. I don't know how long we will remain here. We are here to defend Richmond, and our movements will be governed by McClellan. Rumors say General Jackson has destroyed Milray's army and killed Milray. Jackson has applied for a reinforcement of 15 or 20,000 men without orders, and rumor says he is now marching to Maryland, whilst McClellan threatens Richmond. Jackson may take Washington. I do not vouch for the truthfulness of above. More than Jackson has gained a victory and routed Milray's army, the other may be true. By the time Jackson would or will get to Baltimore, 30,000 Marylanders will join him. We have heard of Beauregard's victory at Farmersville. Be of good cheer. We are destined to triumph. We expect to annihilate McClellan's whole army when he attempts to take Richmond. Georgia, I have not had an opportunity to mail you a letter in some time. I have one in my pocket that I have nearly worn out. I am going to Richmond tomorrow. I shall buy Johnny something and send it to him by Louis Fawkes. He may not get off in some time, certain to be discharged. I hope this may find you and Johnny well. My health is good. Ralph is well. He was much pleased by the present you sent him. May heaven smile on you. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Back with letter number 13 from Elias Davis to his family from the Civil War. This letter actually is addressed to his in-laws, the Lathams, and it is dated May 21st, 1862, from camp 4 miles from Richmond, Virginia. You're going to have to bear with me. This is the longest letter to date, and perhaps one of the longest ones that he sent over a 3-year period. Here we go. Dear Father and Mother, we have seen some hard service since my return from home. Hard marches, close confinement in trenches for 3 weeks, and we have done some hard fighting. We have not had any tents since my return. We have been scarce of clothing, money, and food, but we have had generally a superabundance of body lice. We did not retreat from Yorktown because we were afraid to fight McClellan, but General Johnson wants to get him away from his gunboats in order that we may exterminate his whole army. Richmond will not be surrendered. I would have been so much delighted if New Orleans had been burnt. New Orleans is in ashes, would be worth more to us, to our cause, than would be many victories gained in battlefields. You have doubtless seen an account or report of fight at Williamsburg. The fight was hard but brilliant on our part. We chased the enemy more than a mile. When we would charge on them, many of them would throw down their loaded guns and run. Fight commenced at 8 o'clock a.m., continued until after dark. Hard fighting commenced at 12 midnight, I believe is what this says. Fighting up to that time was skirmish fighting. I narrowly escaped with my life. More than half of our company present was hit by balls, including those whose clothing was shot. That day's fighting was the hardest day's work I have ever done. I am sorry we were forced to leave our wounded men at mercy of enemy. We could have brought them with us, but moving them would have killed a great many of them. They are prisoners, poor fellows. I hope they will be treated kindly. Rumor says those able to travel have been paroled and sent to Richmond. I don't believe the rumor. Some of them will be at home before you get this. Poor Bester Wood, with the others killed, was left on battlefield. When he was shot, he called me several times and died. I did not hear him on account roar of musketry. I am so sorry I did not see him before he died. He was a gentleman and a good soldier. He was always ready to do his duty, and he bravely died at his post in defense of his country. I hope his relatives and friends' bereavement is his gain. I was at Richmond a few days ago. Nothing attractive there. City is nearly exhausted of nearly everything a soldier needs. The supply of boots and shoes is very scanty and alarmingly costly. I saw a pair of boots sell for $30. I paid $5 for a common pair of pegged shoes. We are pleasantly located here, convenient to good water. I don't know how long we will remain here. Our movements will be governed by those of McClellan. We have unlimited confidence in General Johnson's patriotism, bravery, and ability to outgeneral the Federals' Napoleon. If he comes here to fight us, we expect to devour his whole army. Health of our army is good, and we are quite cheerful. We are confident of our final success, though we are aware that many of us must sacrifice our lives to achieve our independence. It has been the result of my observation since commencement of this war to discover that those who complain most are those who are doing nothing, nor will they do anything to liberate their country. Let them alone, let them draw down long faces, and go about public places complaining of their immense sacrifices, whilst really they are making more money than they have ever made before. These war times is their days. Ours will come after the war. I want to get into the guerrilla service if the war continues long. I expect to enter the service if I live. If I were in Alabama now, I would kill a few of those Yankees at Huntsville. I have been informed that Robert Van would shortly wed Miss Martin. They are all well met. It is diamond cut diamond, but here is what surprises me. That woman who has been the wife of such a man as Lewis Martin was, can go to bed with such a man or such a trick as Bob Van. I am mighty glad all women are not alike, or I am rejoiced to know that the major part of them have a better taste than Miss Martin has, or will soon manifest. If Miss Martin has no more respect for herself than to wed a Van of the Van and Bell Cross, respect for the memory of her husband and her daughters ought to deter her from such a proceeding. Is the woman insane? Now what kind of things will those be who are to come after them? I have a perfect contempt for Vans of the Bell Cross, and I want them to know it. My idea of a future place of punishment is for a moderately good person to be confined among a settlement of just such people. You must excuse me for expressing opinions so uncouthly. Some people have done me and my family injustices that have sunk deeply into my heart, and my thirst for revenge is more urgent than that of the hungry wolf for food. I can forgive the repentant. How can I forgive those who have wantonly attempted to mar the happiness of my family and still persist in so doing? I am more resentful of happiness of my wife and child than I am of my life. It is my high aim on earth to make my family happy in the future. If I am spared to return home, we will be happy if we can only be blessed with health and reasonable luck. Our regiment is not the regiment it was 5 months ago. Colonel Woodward is a poor, unintelligible. He is a brave man, but has no other qualifications for position he occupies. I shall not be surprised if we petition him to resign. If we petition him to do so and he refuses, we will prefer charges of the incompetency against him. Our drills are farces, and he is the star actor. Letters from different portions of Alabama state that the prospective wheat crop is sorry. I hope wheat is not injured by rust as badly as was anticipated. If the wheat crop fails, we will have hard times. I have not received but 4 letters from Georgia since I left home. Last I received was today, dated 30th of April, though I received one from her day before yesterday, dated 12th of May. I will hear from home more regularly now. I hope this may find you and family well. Georgia wrote to me that you are afflicted with rheumatism and that Miss Latham's health was not good. I hope both of you have improved. Say to Georgiana that I will send her money by first safe opportunity. Also tell her that I have a sufficiency of clothing and plenty to eat, and that I now have a tent to sleep in. The men have no tents, but one tent to accompany. If we remain here long, we will draw tents. Tell Georgia that I will write to her in a few days, day after tomorrow. I would have written to her tonight. I had not determined to write to you. Candles she made me are excellent for camp life. I have quite saving of them. Ralph was much pleased with his candle, and better pleased because she sent it to him. Farewell, your son, Elias Davis.
Letter 14, Camp near Richmond, Virginia, May 24th, 1862. My dear Georgia, as I have just finished a letter to Sarah, I enclose in same envelope a few lines to you. Don't send me a valise if you have an opportunity, as I have bought one. I shall never try to carry a trunk here afterwards. A large number of trunks were burnt when we retreated from Yorktown. I have not heard from fight which occurred near here today. Now occasionally hear a cannon. Georgia, I am anxious to join company body of partisan rangers. I would like that kind of service much better than I do the infantry. I have but little hope of getting a transfer. I have none. I am in favor of reorganizing our regiment. Woodward, Colonel J.J. Woodward, is a perfect dunce. We are displeased as much with our Major Jack of Spades, which is John Caldwell, as we are with Woodward. Lieutenant Colonel Forney is an intelligent gentleman and a good officer. He was wounded and will not be able to be with us for some time. He may be promoted. If he is not promoted, he ought to resign rather than longer be under the blind, deaf, blundering, stumbling, inefficient Woodward. Ralph sends his love to you. He is in fine health. I hope you are well of your cold. I also hope Johnny is well. It would afford me much pleasure to be with you. For my return home, we must trust in Providence. My stay at home last winter was so short, it appears more like a dream than a reality. May our angels guard you, is the wish of your absent husband, Elias Davis.
Back with letter number 15 from Elias Davis, writing from the Civil War, sending letters back home to the Trussville area to his family. This letter, he was at camp near Battlefield of Seven Pines, and the letter is dated June 13th, 1862. Sent it to his in-laws, Sinclair Latham, and family. I'll read it now. Dear Father and Mother, your most welcome letter came to hand yesterday. Found me in feeble health, but much better than I had been. My health is improving. I have a wolfish appetite. We are sadly in want of vegetables. I sent to Richmond today after onions, paid 25 cents apiece for them. I would freely pay $10 a month for access to your onion patch. We have an abundance of bread and meat to eat. No fever cases have yet appeared in our regiment. Rumor says McClellan has a good deal of sickness in his army. I hope many of them will shake with chills and scorch to death from fever. McClellan is digging dirt, and we are lounging in the swamp doing nothing. The unfavorable weather and bad roads would have prevented active operations up to a few days ago. The weather is now dry, the roads becoming fine, and why we stand still is a mystery to me. General Jackson is giving the Yankees fits in the Shenandoah Valley. I would not be surprised if he threw them into spasms at Washington. Jackson is the genius of this war. He can, like a strong man yielding a club, strike with his army a stunning blow and apply stroke after stroke until his foe is dead. We have news from him up to 8th of this month. He had only fought 2 battles in a week. I don't think General McClellan will risk a general engagement unless he is forced into it. General Lee now commands on account of General Johnston being wounded in recent fight. General Johnston's wound was slight, and I hope in a short time he will be able to resume command of army here. Yankees are great liars. You may have noticed extracts from Northern papers speaking of charge made by certain Yankee brigades and regiments. Well, if they charged bayonets a single time, men of our army in fight never found it out. Yankee lying is proverbial. The weather here is becoming quite warm. Nights for some time past have been quite cool. Nights are pleasant now. Much is now being said respecting the duration of the war. Many cannot see the beginning of the end. I think I can. Lincoln and Co. have already found out that they cannot subjugate us by force of arms. They now expect to starve us into submission. They will have found out by last August that we cannot be starved out, and then they will be as willing for the war to close as we are. This war never will close until foreign intervention closes it. European powers will in 90 days intervene. They now know that we cannot be subjugated, but they want the North fully satisfied of the fact before they do anything officious or offensive. We will look for William Wood here day after tomorrow. I have a razor I took from Yankee knapsack on battlefield of Seven Pines, which I shall send to you by him. Health of our company is good. Quite a number of the boys are at hospitals, but I believe none of them are dangerously sick. Many of them in camp have sore mouths and tongues, I think occasioned by the deprivation of vegetable diet. You have no idea how persons conditioned as we are crave vegetables at this season of the year. We are paying a high price for our independence, but not too high when compared to our conditions as subjects of Abraham Lincoln. I sent by Mr. J.P. Odin to Brother Ed $40 for Georgie. I will send her more by W. Wood. I would have sent more by Odin if I had not been afraid to risk it. It is late. Good night. Your son, Elias Davis.
This is letter number 16 from Elias Davis, dated July 11th, 1862, at a camp near Richmond, Virginia. My dear Georgia, Brother Edward here today before you. Yes, start over. Sorry, let me start over. Okay. You just start over from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay. This is letter number 16 from Elias Davis. Elias Davis, right? Okay. Let's start over one more time. All right. This is letter number 16 from Elias Davis, dated July 11th, 1862, near a camp in Richmond, Virginia. My dear Georgia, Brother Edward, here day before yesterday, I aimed to send you a letter by Truss, disappointed. I gave it to little John Truss to take to Richmond, but John could not get permission from General Wilcox to go, as he had a muster of his command for months, May and June. Martin, McMillan, and Worthington are absent sick. Martin is senior captain of our regiment. Colonel Woodward's death makes him major, but the officers of the regiment have petitioned the appointment of Lieutenant Shelley over him. Martin is at Richmond unaware of what has transpired in the regiment. The recommendation of Shelley over him will be very mystifying to him. Martin is unpopular in the regiment, and I can say to you is he is unpopular in his company. If Martin becomes major, McMillan will become captain of our company. I will become first lieutenant. It will be quite cramping to me to be under such a man as McMillan. He has acted disgracefully, he has been sick for more than a month, and he looks as healthy as any person you ever saw. My opinion is he has only feigned sickness to avoid the recent fights. Martin was in one of those fights. Martin may not accept majorship of the regiment. The officers and men prefer some person else, and most any person to him, but if he does not, he will resign and go home. I think he is tired of the war. He has been in the service 13 months and been in one fight. McMillan has been in 1 1/3. Our company has been in 5 battles, in 4 of which our regiment was in the hardest and thickest of the fight. I think officers recommending Shelley over Martin are doing wrong, yet I am not sorry for Martin. Brother C leaves here tomorrow. Ralph and I as well. I have not had letters from you in a long time. I am expecting mail here. I shall not write more until I hear from more mail. I may get a letter from you. Well, Georgia, I did not receive a letter from you today. I will write day after tomorrow. Elias Davis. Letter 17 from Elias Davis, dated August 1st, 1862, from Darbytown, Henrico County, Virginia. My dear Georgia, yours of the 20th of last month came to hand today. Also your papa's, which I shall answer in a few days. We moved to this camp day before yesterday. John B. Lindsay was died July 30th, 1862, when we left old camp. He died an hour after we left. Ralph stayed with him until he died and saw him decently buried. I received a letter from Mr. McComb today inquiring of me of whereabouts of his son David. David is now at camp in fine health, doing his duty with him, vim and cheerfulness. He is an excellent boy and makes a good soldier. I think a great deal of him. Louis Falk's health has improved wonderfully. He drilled today. Tell his mother not to be uneasy about him. If his health does not continue good, he shall have a discharge. If I have had it in my power to discharge him, he would have been discharged before now. Our camp is presently 7 miles from Richmond. We heard very heavy cannon last night down the river of James River. I expect some concealed rebel batteries to open an enemy's transport. Dr. Deason is here hunting a position in medical department of the Army. I don't think he will succeed in getting the positions he desires. I know he will not. I shall try to send you something by him. Through Richmond is a poor market to go buy anything. I sent you $110 by William Wood. Your letter stated that you received money I sent you, without stating amount. But whatever you and Johnny need, keep me informed of the amount of money you have on hand. My cooking and edibles last month cost me nearly $40. How does Go Forth look? How are his eyes? Don't let any person ride him if I can get home. I don't care if he is wild as a deer. He ought to be made very fat. George and Bedford ought to be well cared for. Horses after this war will be very high. Lieutenant McMillan has returned to camp. Captain Martin is still at Richmond sick. If he is not made major of our regiment, he will resign. I don't think Captain Martin will return home from the war with many laurels. Let others say what they may, you may be eloquent silent respecting him. Ralph and I are in fine health. The pants you sent me fit Ralph. The legs of my pants ought to be half an inch longer, waist 1 inch longer, that fits splendidly without the exception. Please send me 1 pair of cotton drawers by Lieutenant Worthington. Don't send me any onions, I can't eat them. I eat some time ago, which made me sick. Since that time, I have disrelished them. Georgia, you want to know if I want linen shirts? If you have any made, you can send me 1 or 2. If you have none made, don't send me any. Does your brother John expect to be conscribed? He ought to be fixing up a substitute. I don't think he will be exempted. I will write again shortly. My love to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 18, written by Elias Davis on September 22nd, 1862, in Virginia. My dear Georgie, yours of the 31st of the last month came to hand today. I wrote you a letter a few days ago in which I stated that I would go to Winchester on account of having a sprained ankle. My ankle is better. Contrary to my expectations, the Army is not now marching to Winchester. I don't know how long we will remain here. Our wagons were ordered to Winchester, but have been ordered back here. We have sent, or General Wilcox has sent, after clothes, shoes, and money. I am nearly barefooted. Don't be uneasy. I shall not suffer if we were ordered to march now. I would not march. I have just returned from Martinsburg, a town of 7,000 or 8,000 inhabitants, from which we are biovacking 2.5 miles. Stores in the places are closed. I could not buy even a plug of tobacco. Most of its citizens are disloyal. They don't want our money. They think we ought to break down their doors and take what we need to make us comfortable. Then we ought to order out the women and children and shell the town. 8 of our company are at Richmond in hospitals. The remaining members are here and in good health. Ralph's health continues good. I am very anxious to see your brother, John, here, since he has become a soldier. Tell him to come to our company if he can get into the cavalry company. I have not yet received letters sent by Lieutenant Worthington. Remember me and all the family. May God guard and protect you in the wish of your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 19 by Elias Davis, October 5th, 1862, camp near Winchester, Virginia. My dear Georgia, I received a letter last night from your brother, John, dated 21st of last month. My last letter from you was on the 14th of last month. John is fearful he will have the opportunity to come to our company. I shall regret it very much if he is constrained to go to a company he does not wish to go to. I have applied for furlough for John Martin and John T. Perry. I think they will be granted. If they are, you may expect to see them shortly after you receive this. Health of our company is still continues good. Half of the company is barefooted. We are expecting shoes daily. Camp rumor says Yankees are advancing in 3 columns. I shall not surprise if we will have one more hard fight here before winter. Whether this war is now or long or short duration is a question that time alone can answer. I think it will not last during the winter. Abraham Lincoln's proclamation declaring Negroes free after January 1st, 1863, and declaring United States under martial law is, I think, but the death struggle of the monster. I am anxious to be with you and remain with you. Little thought had I a year ago that we would ever be separated as long as we have been. This separation, however, is painful. Let us submit to it with your Christian resignation, and I will mainly fortitude until Providence allows us to meet. May angels guard you, and our darling boy is the sincere desire of your absent husband. P.S. 9:00 p.m. Georgia, by the mellow light of the moon, I attempt to pen you a few lines. I have just returned from preaching. A call was made for our mourners. Several soldiers responded to the call by going forward and prostrating themselves on the ground. We have petitioned the appointment of Parson Renfro, chaplain of our regiment. Hoping you are having pleasant dreams. I will roll myself up in my blanket, go to sleep, and probably in my dreams be with you and Johnny at home again. Sweet Georgia, good night. Elias Davis. Letter 20 from Elias Davis, October 14th, 1863, camp near Winchester, Virginia. My dear Georgia, yours of 28th of last month came to hand last night. You have doubtless heard from me before now, since I returned from Maryland. William Monroe received a letter last night, stating that your brother John had employed a substitute at the small price of $1,600 and 1 mule. If John has not employed a substitute, he can get out of the service. He is exempt from conscription by a recent law passed by our Congress, exempting persons from conscription who have under their charge 20 Negroes. If he has not substituted, I intend to apply to the Secretary of War for his discharge, stating that he, when conscripted, was superintending 20 Negroes, those belonging to himself, to us, and to Sarah Telly. In my last letter to you, I stated that I had applied for furloughs for John Martin and Thomas Perry. Their application for furloughs was not granted. They are improving. You asked me to write you when I thought I could come home. I shall certainly try very hard to go see you this winter. You must not tell any persons that you expect me at home in the winter. It is a very difficult task to get furloughed here. I hope something will turn up that will procure me my leave of absence from the Army for a month or 2. If something does not turn up, I will turn something up to get home. You must not become low-spirited and disappointed on account of my long absence and the gloomy prospect of an early return to you, for remembering the darkest hours of the night is just before the day. Also, be assured that I am exerting myself to serve my country to the best of my ability, and when God in His abundance of goodness and mercy does permit us to meet, we'll be happier than we were before the war. Let this war terminate as it will, I expect to be happy if I can find you and John in good health. You have just heard of defeat of our army at Corinth. I am afraid our generals that were not in the right there. I'm afraid our generals there were not the right men in the right place. I expect to hear a reversal of fortune to our arms in Kentucky, but I shall not be discouraged. If our army is driven out of Kentucky, Georgia, I want to spare to defray his expenses here. I pay them all they were out of his account as soon as they arrive here. Prince, here at home, I consider nothing at the present valuation of our currency. He can earn $15 a month here, besides cooking and washing for me. I can't hire a Negro here at any price. Prince would be worthy $30 a month to me to cook, wash, and take care of my baggage. I have been nearly naked. I have a sufficient clothing now. I want to know how I want my coat cut, but don't make me any coats. My jean coat is good yet. Besides, my roundabout coat is at Richmond. I have bought an overcoat. You may make me 2 pair of pants, 2 pair of cotton drawers, and 2 shirts of any material you can get. Hoping this may find you and Johnny well. I will close, your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Georgia. I do not want Prince if he does not want to come to me. Neither do I want him if Mr. Kilgo is not willing to give him up. Prince will be safer here than he will be at home. Elias.
This is a letter that Mr. Earl Massey transcribed. It's a letter 21 from a camp near Winchester, Virginia, dated October the 16th, 1862. And we are fighting to establish such a government as was bequeathed to our fathers by their ancestors. If we are successful, and I have no doubt as to our success, that we will form a government that will protect us as to our success, that we will form a government that will protect us in the enjoyment of our homes and property. Consequently, we will be happier than we were before the war. If peradventure we should fail to gain our independence, I shall be happy and fortunate to see you and Johnny well. If I am not allowed to meet you again, I want to die on some battlefield of this war, whilst the shout of victory ring in my ears. As to my returning home, I am full of hope. Health of our army is good, except for a few cases of smallpox. Health of our company is reasonably good. All of the boys from our neighborhood are well, except John Martin and Thomas Perry. They are improving. David McCombs has been quite sick of jaundice, but he is now convalescing. Shoes have been furnished our company, and we are getting enough to eat, are rested, and prepared for fighting or marching. I don't think we will remain here but a few days longer. Nights and mornings are quite cool. Georgia, in my last I wrote to you not to make me a coat, but to send me 2 pairs of pants, 2 pairs of cotton drawers, and 2 shirts of any material you could conveniently get. Lieutenant Renfro of the 5th Alabama Battalion, brother of Parson Renfro, preached for us last night. Parson Renfro is expected to be our chaplain. We expect him to be with us shortly. I am highly pleased at his coming to our regiment, and I believe he can do much good here. Georgia, when I have an opportunity, I will send you some money. Affectionately remember me to your papa, mother, Sarah, and children. Kiss Johnny for me. May God bless you is the wish of your absent husband, Elias Davis. P.S. October 17, 1862, 7:00 a.m. We received orders last night to be ready to march by light of morning. Our blankets are rolled, our haversacks filled, and we are awaiting the order to march. We know not where we will go. I think we will excavate I think that we will evacuate this portion of Virginia. We will probably fall back to the Rappahannock River. I will write as soon as I have an opportunity to mail you a letter. Elias.
This is letter 22, camp near Winchester, Virginia, on October the 26th, 1862. My dear Georgia, yours of 12 this month came to hand today. I have not received your letter you sent by Sherritt. The weather here is quite cold, but we sleep very comfortably as each man has a blanket and as much wheat straw to sleep on as he wants. We are remaining here much longer than I thought we would stay. McClellan manifests no disposition to advance on us. He may send a force up Orange and Alexandria Railroad to cut us off from Richmond. I think Federals will make one more effort to capture Richmond before cold weather forces a cessation of hostilities here. Others think differently, that no more fighting will be done in Virginia until next spring. This war is an awful calamity upon us, both North and South. We feel the effects it more sensibly than do the Northerners, as there is scarcely a family in the Confederacy that is not a representation in our army, and they also have the advantage of us in money, provisions, and clothing. Alabamians have felt the effect of this war, but not as have the citizens of a large portion of Virginia. Something more than 15 months ago, we marched through a portion of the Shenandoah Valley when it was full of everything delightful to the sight and agreeable to the taste. Again, we are near the valley, but how sad the change. Those nicely cultivated farms at that time, richly clothed with the productions of the country to reward the skill and industry of her inhabitants, are now barren wastes. Yankees stealing their herds, cattle, Negroes, and everything else they could carry off, leaving them almost destitute of the necessities of life. Citizens here who were rich before commencement of the war are now poor. Those who were surrounded by all of the comforts of luxuries of life now find it a difficult matter to provide their families with bread and meat to sustain life. This portion of Virginia has been subjected to the destructiveness of an army ever since commencement of the war. When a Confederate army was not here, a Federal army was present. Yet these people complain less than do many little-hearted, ignoble Alabamians who have not even a member of their family in an army. Health of the company continues good. I presume smallpox is not spreading in our army, as I have heard but little said about it during the last few days. In my last letter, I wrote that we had petitioned appointment of Ralph, assistant surgeon of the regiment. Nearly all of the officers of regiment signed the petition. I think he will get the appointment. As to my going home, I shall avail myself of the first opportunity to make the pleasant visit. From present standpoint, I can see no prospect to go home shortly. Remember me to your papa, mother, John, Sarah, and her children. Kiss Johnny for me and tell him I often think of him. Your husband, Elias Davis.
All right, today I'm going to read 3 letters in this video from the fall of 1862 from Elias Davis back home to his family. The first 2 letters are to his wife, Georgiana, and the last letter is to his son, John. Here we go. The first letter, dated October 28th, is a very short letter. It reads, Georgia, I failed to mail the above. The mail failed to leave here day before yesterday. Yesterday was Sunday, and it never leaves on Sundays. Consequently, it will be 2 days later reaching you than I expected. Last night was very cold, windy, and rainy. Today is quite cold, too cold and windy to drill. I am quite fleshy. All are well. Elias. P.S. William and Harvey Wood have just arrived. Our clothing is at Richmond. We'll send after it tomorrow. Tell Johnny I have a beautiful little brush and comb to send to him. I bought it some time ago for him. Tell him I shall send him some candy. Elias. That was letter 23. Now, letter 24. From the headquarters at the 10th Regiment Culpeper Courthouse, dated November 14th, 1862. My dear Georgia, yours of 25th and 26th per Lieutenant McMillan came to hand yesterday. McMillan arrived last night. He could not get transportation for our clothing from Richmond here. I am truly sorry that you and others are so uneasy about our condition. We are much more comfortably situated than you can imagine. I have a sufficiency of blankets and clothing to make me comfortable, more blankets than I am willing to carry on a march. Those men who are barefooted are excused from all duty. When we fall back from here, they will doubtless take passage or cars. If shoes were not so high, I would be tempted to throw mine away. I hope we will not make many more marches in this war. I think it well enough that McMillan left clothing at Richmond, as I am confident that we will not remain here long, and members of the company would find it quite a task to carry their clothing, as nearly all of them have lost their knapsacks. If we do remain here any length of time, some of us can go to Richmond after the clothing. I have not yet received clothing you sent me by Lieutenant Marcus Worthington. McMillan says you have sent me a beautiful overshirt. As to handkerchief, Mr. Wright gave you for me. Keep it, I do not need it. I will write to him thanking him for his kindness in sending me a handkerchief and for sending brandy to the company. You must keep the handkerchief. I do not want you to send me a coat of any kind. I have as many coats as I want. Don't send me any more clothing this winter. I will have an abundance when I get what you have sent me. I do pity the people in Jefferson County who have sons, brothers, and the families who have husbands here. Our sad condition has been much exaggerated. No persons permit him to do anything. But let me start that over. No persons sick in our company except John Martin. He is not excused for duty by the surgeon, but I don't permit him to do anything. I am afraid you are out of money. I know you must be. I will send you money by first opportunity. As to my going home, I will go this winter if I can, after we go into winter quarters. I will make the effort after all prospect of fighting has passed away. I want to share the dangers that my company is exposed to. I can assure you I am not fond of fighting. We drill for hours a day. Company drill of mornings, brigade drill of evenings. Billy never drilled us until a few days ago. Brigade drills, I think, very unnecessary. They are quite laborious. Ralph is well and wished to be affectionately remembered to you. I wrote some time ago that officers of regiment have petitioned his appointment assistant surgeon of our regiment. We have not yet heard from petition. He is acting assistant surgeon. May heaven smile on you is the wish of your absent husband, Elias Davis. And now, finally, letter 25. This is from Elias Davis to his son, John. Master John Davis. Well, Johnny, not a day passes but that I think of you, and as often as I think, I wish to see you. I do hope you are a good boy, never refusing to obey your mother. Be kind to everybody, and they will love you for it. You must not speak ugly words. If you do, you will be called ugly, naughty boy. You must keep your hands, face, and clothing clean. Obey your mother, and I will be very proud of my little son. I love you dearly. Dear Johnny, goodbye. Your father, Elias Davis.
Letter 26, Camp near Culpeper, Virginia, November 18th, 1862. My dear Georgia, yours of 2nd this month came to hand today. We were ordered yesterday to hold ourselves in readiness for a fight. We are to keep constantly on hand 3 days of cooked rations. Governor Burnside has superseded General McClellan. McClellan would not advance. Burnside, I presume, will. Our army is in fine fighting condition. A lieutenant has just returned from General Anderson's headquarters and says the division is ordered to march. Ralph went to Richmond today to go before the Army Medical Board to be examined for position of assistant surgeon. I hope he will succeed. He has had but a poor chance to read since he joined the Army.
I think when we leave here, we will go towards Gordonsville. We may not leave before tomorrow morning. S.P. Worthington leaves here tomorrow morning for Montevallo. He has resigned. I would send you by him $100, but he may not go directly to Montevallo. I will, I hope, have an opportunity before long to send you money. I almost know that you have none. If you need money, you need not hesitate to borrow it, as you can in a short time to replace it. Health of the company continues good. John Martin's health is improving. John is a curiosity. He does almost as he pleases. Lieutenant Macmillan has returned to camp. Ralph will bring our clothing to us. I wrote to you and Rhoda a few days ago. I write to you frequently, and I am somewhat surprised that your papa does not write to me. I have written him 2 letters since receiving one from him. Orders have just come for us to be ready to march at daylight tomorrow morning. A rumor in camp says that we are going to Hanover Junction, junction of Central and Fredericksburg railroads, 30 miles from Richmond. Enemy is supposed to advance on Richmond from Fredericksburg. One Mr. Burnside may well get whipped. I would rather fight him than to fight McClellan. I have just returned from dress parade. Orders were read. Speculation and grumbling among the soldiers. I hope this order will be rigidly enforced. Jack of Spades says he will enforce the order in our regiment. Jack of Spades, Caldwell, has always trusted me. I will write to you again as soon as I can. Sweet Georgia, farewell, your affectionate husband, Elias Davis. Letter 27. The letter is not dated, but it is to his son Johnny, and it was likely sent November 18, 1862, with the letter to Georgiana Davis. Master John Davis. Dear Johnny, when I wrote to your ma, I wrote you a few lines. I hope you are conducting yourself as I, in that letter, ask you. Be a good boy, and you will be a pretty boy, and I will be proud of my little son. Pa loves you dearly. Your Pa, E. Davis.
Letter 28, Camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia, November 23rd, 1862. My dear Georgia, after 3 days hard marching over a muddy road and through the rain, which fell for 2 days and nights almost incessantly, we are here in sight of Fredericksburg. We are in sight of the Yankees. The Rappahannock River, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, is between us. I never have seen such extensive camps of the enemy as I see here. Rumor says enemy demanded, day before yesterday, the surrender of Fredericksburg. General Lee refuses to surrender the place. Enemy says he will shell the place. Women and children are to be out of the place by 11 o'clock today. Enemy can soon burn down the said town. I am now in range of enemy's cannons, but I am in a deep hollow. I don't think enemy will shell Fredericksburg. He is afraid to shell it. Fredericksburg is a beautiful town of 10 to 20,000 inhabitants. It is said to be the most beautiful town in Virginia. If Federals do burn it down, I do think we ought to raise the black flag. I am now expecting cannonading to commence. We may not fight here. Enemy displays too many troops. I think he is playing a bluff game. We will doubtless have a good deal of cannonading across the river, but no musket fight, because I do not think he will cross the river, and I am confident we will not be ordered across to fight him. Well, we only want to prevent his crossing the river. We are about 60 miles from Richmond, 30 miles to Hanover Junction. If we fall back from here, we will make a stand at said junction. Ralph started to Richmond day before we left Culpeper, CH, to appear before medical board. We expect his return in a few days. He will bring our clothing to us. I am fearful he will not get a commission. If he is commissioned, I expect I will apply for admission in medical staff. Though you must say nothing about it, I never leave the company whilst Ralph is a member of it. I may not only if Ralph succeeds. I am very much attached to a great portion of the company. I am quite fleshy, look as if I had drunk a good deal of whiskey. A member of our regiment has just returned from Fredericksburg. He says the place is unsightly. I hope this will find you well. Remember me to all of the family. In haste, your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 29. Mr. Jones, 5 miles from Fredericksburg, Virginia, December 13th, 1862. My dear Georgie, fighting commenced at Fredericksburg day before yesterday. The big fight will commence tomorrow. I feel badly on account of being absent from my regiment. I'm boarding with Mr. Henry Jones. I've been here for 5 days. I'm sick of flux and much better now than I have been and will be able for duty in a few days. Ralph has returned from Richmond, did not get a commission. Prince has arrived, appeared very glad to see me. He is with me, came in a good time as I needed some person to wait on me. Lieutenant McMillan is here tonight, on his way to depot to secure clothing sent to us by him. Our division has not been engaged in the fight. We think the fight will be general on tomorrow. I hope this finds you well. Remember me to Papa, Mother, John, Sarah, and the children. I will write so soon as I can, mail you a letter. The family I am with is nice, and I am treated well. I should tell you something interesting that occurred to me here in the next letter. Prince says this is the poorest country he ever saw, for he has not seen a tater as big as his finger since he came here. May God bless you, is the wish of your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 30. Mr. Jones, Spotsylvania County, Virginia, December 15th, 1862. My dear Georgie, the fight at this place is over. I don't think the enemy will attempt to cross at Fredericksburg again. Federals were repulsed here. Their loss was heavy, ours was small. My health has improved considerably since writing my last. I'm about well, and I shall return to camp day after tomorrow. Mr. Jones and his family have treated me kindly. They insist on my remaining longer, as they are fearful I will relapse if I return to camp now. But I feel it is to be my duty to go to camp as soon as I can, not to run a risk of being sick. I have fallen off considerably. Ralph was here last night. He is in good health. In my last I wrote that he was not successful at Richmond. He does not appear to regret it much. He will still continue to act as assistant surgeon. Our brigade was not in the fight. I don't think any of our division was in the fight. I'm glad our regiment was not in the fight. If it had engaged in it, I would have regretted it very much. I want to be with the regiment in all of its fights. I hope we will not have any more fighting this winter. We have not yet received clothing sent to us by McMillan. Clothing you sent me by Lieutenant Worthington, I'm afraid, is lost. We must have been unfortunate as to receive clothing from home. You mustn't give yourself any unintelligible on account of it. I shall not suffer. McMillan went to where the boxes are a few days ago. Boxes had been broken open. He thinks no clothing was stolen. Brandy sent company by Mr. Wright was stolen. McMillan brought my boots to me and also the coat you sent me. If my overshirt is stolen, I shall feel like killing somebody. The weather here is quite cold, and the soldiers on picket duty must suffer wonderfully. Georgia, I know you want to know if I'm going home this winter or not. I most certainly shall if possible. Oh, I am so anxious to see you. I know you are in a great deal of trouble. If I could be with you, I know it would afford you much satisfaction. Besides, it would afford me much pleasure to see you simply. I'll see you before spring, if I have to desert to see you. Say to Sarah that I will answer her letter in a short time. Remember me affectionately to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 31, December 15th, 1862. This letter is sent to Elias Davis' son, Johnny. Dear Johnny, I want to see you badly. You must continue to be a good boy. Obey your ma. Use no ugly words. Be kind to all little boys and girls. Keep your clothing, hands, and face clean. Your hair neatly combed. Be a good boy, and Pa will be proud of his little son. Sweet Johnny, good night. Your Pa, Elias Davis. P.S. Prince is well and well pleased. He will write home before long. Letter 32, Camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia, December 21st, 1862. My dear Georgie, again I am well at camp. We are inside of the enemy and he appears quite saucy. One day before yesterday, Federals must have heard what they considered good news as they cheered bustingly, and they made little no noise. Federals in last fight here fought very bravely, but our boys had the advantage of position and they slaughtered them. Federals will cross the river again and again, and you may expect to hear more of hard fighting here or near here. Our regiment worked last night digging rifle pits. I happened to be on guard duty and remained at camp. The weather here is quite cold, and the men on the outpost must suffer. Our company is scantily clothed. Some of them are in rags. Clothing McMillan had for us is at Hanover Junction, 37 miles from here. Clothing you sent me by Lieutenant Worthington is lost. It arrived at depot about 3 miles from here, about the time the fighting commenced. No person was there to take charge of it, and it was stolen. We have been unfortunate, but for persons ought to be trusted with clothing for soldiers, as there are but few who will put themselves to trouble necessary to ensure it reaching those from whom it was sent. I censure Ralph for not coming with the clothing from Richmond and remaining with it at the depot until it could have been transferred to the company. Ralph may be excusable as he is put in charge of Captain Moore for our regiment, who after arriving at depot did not wait for arrival of a freight train, but left a man from the regiment to take charge of the clothing. The man took charge of the clothing for his company and let ours and Moore's take care of itself. Fighting commenced and clothing was sent back to Hanover Junction. Moore's clothing, Worthington's trunk, and a bunch of clothing he bought from home for us is all lost. Was stolen at the depot near here. We are good mad enough to do some fighting if the Federals will cross that river, which they will do. I would give $50 to fight Mr. Burnside in an old-fashioned fist and skull fight this morning. Oh, how I would black his eyes. I feel like I would just demolish him. I think I would tear him to pieces worse than half a dozen teams would tear a half-grown rabbit. Georgia, I feel desperate this morning. The bursting of a few shells around me would probably unintelligible. Health of the company is good. John Martin's health is much better than it was some time ago. No person from our neighborhood absent but Holmes and Minyard. Minyard has not returned to the company. Georgia, Prince tells me that Brother Edward has not been to see you since I left home. I shall never forgive him for it. Not that I expected any favors from him. Well, I am displeased at his conduct, but I think he has shown by his conduct that he cares very little for you and Johnny. I can never forgive him. My feelings are hurt at his conduct, and I know I will never recover from anything of that kind, Georgie, I hope this time is not far distant when we shall part no more on this earth. I don't think the war can continue much longer. Let it terminate as it will. I shall be happy with you and Johnny. I don't think the time will be long before we meet. In the meantime, take care of your health and be cheerful as you can be, trusting in God for my return to you. I will write to Sarah day after tomorrow. Remember me to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Now we're on to letters 33, 34, and 35 in this video. Two are very short letters from Elias Davis to his son Johnny, and those two letters bookend a longer letter to his wife Georgie. This is from early 1863. The first letter to Johnny is not dated, but the next letter to Georgie is dated February 3rd, so it's likely that this first letter to his son Johnny is very early 1863. So letter 33 now. Dear Johnny, you must obey your ma, as I will be proud of my little son. Your pa, E. Davis. That's it for letter 33. Letter 34, this is to his wife Georgie. This one is rather long, it's longer, and there's a lot of unintelligible aspects to it near the end, all kind of clumped together, so you'll notice. Here goes letter 34. My dear Georgie, 8 furloughs were sent to our regiment today. All of the enlisted men who applied for furloughs from our regiment have been furloughed. Only 5 of us have not heard from our applications, so when any more furloughs are sent to the regiment, I shall expect one. Ours may not be granted until 1st of March. I would prefer it to one now. I believe I shall take one whenever it is offered to me. The weather is quite cold. We had a light snow this morning. News from papers I consider very cheering. The prospect now for an early peace is much brighter than it has been since commence of the war. We are much better prepared to fight now than we were at this time last year. A rupture among the northern states will close this war. The seeds of discord have been sown among them. They have germinated and their offsprings are nearly matured in growth. At what time the war will close, no person can know. I am of opinion that if foreign mediation does not end it before summer, that the spring and summer campaign will end it. February 4th, I commenced writing this yesterday, but did not finish because I could not mail it until today. Last night was the coldest night we have experienced this winter. This morning is very cold but clear. I wish you could know how comfortable I am in our bunk this morning. I am writing unintelligible. Prince is cooking. Worthington is superintending it. All comfortable and merry around the same fire. Breakfast is ready. We have buttered biscuit, molasses, bacon, and sassafras tea. We eat but 2 meals a day on account of shortness of the days and the inconvenience of cooking so much and so often, not on account of scarcity of rations. Doc Glenn cooks for us. He can make most an excellent biscuit. Glenn suffered very much from toothache last night. I extracted his tooth this morning. He is a good boy, very much changed since he left home. All of the boys have changed since leaving home. The majority of them for the better. There is one exception. John Martin is the same John Martin that he was before he left home. John's health is good now. He is becoming quite fleshy. Louis Fawkes is in his better health now than he has been in for years. He looks much better than he did before the war. We have heard that Jackson was wounded in fight at Murfreesboro. I hope he was not seriously wounded. I don't think any more fighting will be done on this side of James River this winter. The weather and roads will not allow Yankees to advance on us if they are disposed to do so. I hope the hardest fighting has been done. If you have any clothing to send me, don't send it, as I expect to go home before spring. I don't suppose Ralph will visit you, as his leave of absence is so short that it will not allow of his going to many places besides Pa's and Suttle's. Here comes a lot of the unintelligible. From the fact of his having but few days to spend, unintelligible, did not request him to go see, unintelligible. At the time he left here that I would, unintelligible. He left, and that we would meet a, unintelligible. Parents can live to see the, unintelligible. Conflicting governments adjust, unintelligible. May have no cause to be ashamed of our, unintelligible. But on the other hand, that they may rejoice in their old age at the well-doings of their children. Georgie, after this war, I shall use my utmost exertion to make money and live a life that you nor Johnny shall blush at. Hoping that this may find you, Johnny, and all the family well, and also that I will soon get a furlough, I close. Your husband, Elias Davis. And now, for a much shorter, letter 35, again undated, but this one would fall between February 3rd, 1863 and February 7th, 1863. Another very short letter to his son, Johnny. Dear Johnny, I purchased you a hat a few days ago. It was one given to our company by the quartermaster, too small for any person in the company. I received your letter. Take good care of your little dogs, and we will kill squirrels after the war. Your Pa, E.D.
Letter 36, Fredericksburg, Virginia, February the 7th, 1863. Dear Georgie, yours of the 24th of last month came to hand this evening, found me in accustomed good health. I don't understand why my letters are so long reaching you. I frequently receive letters from you 10 days after the date. I was on picket duty last night before last. The ground was covered with snow and it rained all night. I could not lie down on account of not having a dry place to lie on, and I was constrained to sit up all night. Officer of the day visited my post after 12 o'clock and informed me that he had just received a bit of information from division headquarters, stating that Federals would cross the river that night or early next morning. They did not cross. All the regiments in our brigade had orders to hold themselves in readiness to march to meet the enemy. Enemy have guns planted commanding our camp. He could at any time shell us out of our camp. My opinion is that no fighting will be done this winter on this side of the James River. Yet a fight may occur here tomorrow. No furloughs have been sent to the regiment since writing my last. I wish they would grant me a furlough or return my application. I hate suspense. If I knew a furlough would not be granted me, I would be better satisfied than I am. My daily prayer, my hourly wish, is that the time may be short when I can make you happy by my presence at home. Hoping that you are now having pleasant dreams, I will go to bed. February the 8th. I am an officer of the guard. Today is a lovely day. This morning was calm and serene. Not a speck of a cloud can be seen. Birds sang as gaily as they do in the commencement of spring. What a beautiful day for going to church. Many of the boys have wished that they could go to Rehama today. I could spend the day very pleasantly at home with you and John. I think I would know if I were to meet him anywhere. I think I would know John. I can't think it possible for him to have changed so much that I would not know him. I often think I would love to have him with me in camp for a while. It would be such a great pleasure for me to make him comfortable. General Wilcox has gone to Richmond on a short leave of absence. Rumor says that he has been promoted to Major General and that the command of D.H. Hill is consigned to him. That our brigade is transferred to his division. D.H. Hill commanded a division in General Jackson's corps. Hill resigned on account of feeble health. If rumor is correct, we will leave this position shortly after having been transferred to Jackson's command. I would rather be under Jackson than any person, though he will make us do much hard marching and hard fighting. I don't know who will be our brigade general. All of the above report may be untrue. We are loath to leave our camp here, as we are very comfortably situated. In the event of a fight, I would rather fight here than anywhere on our line along the Rappahannock. February the 9th. Yankee Pickett said yesterday that Federals have taken Vicksburg, Mississippi. I do not believe the report. We can hear from Vicksburg as soon as they can. Remember me to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 37, Atlanta, Georgia, February 28, 1863. My dear Georgie, I arrived here this morning. I am making slow progress toward my command. Yesterday I lost my pocketbook containing my furlough and all the money I had. I missed it 3 miles this side of West Point. We had changed cars at West Point. I knew I had left it on the cars. At the first station on this side of West Point, I got off cars and walked back to West Point. One of the railroad men found my pocketbook and gave it to me. You can guess how glad I am or was. Morrow will make for me in Augusta. I have my baggage with me. All quiet at Dalton. I am well. My love to the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. Captain Robbins did not get off of steamboat I traveled on from Selma to Montgomery. I was with him but for a few minutes at Selma. I shall spare no effort to have your brother John discharged. In great haste, Elias.
Letter 38, Camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia, April 6, 1863. My dear Georgie, since my return to the Army, I have received 4 letters from you yesterday. Day before yesterday, we were ordered out of our dens. We are now 2 miles from Old Camp. We arrived here late in the evening last Saturday. We scarcely had time to stretch our tent before snow commenced falling, which continued to fall until yesterday morning. Yesterday was Easter Sunday. The ground was covered with snow 5 to 6 inches deep. The weather has been most disagreeable since my return than it was for 3 weeks before I started home. We are not apt to stay long at our camp now, though we shall fix up here as though we intended to remain for some time. We will build a chimney to our tent today. We will pick it at the same place we did before we moved. We are now 2.5 miles from our picket post. We have an abundance of good wood here, whilst I write. Glenn and Prince are cooking breakfast. That must account for my nervousness. I have not eaten breakfast. Lieutenant Wyatt has just returned from Richmond. He says whilst he was there, about 300 females armed with axes, crowbars, and pitchforks took possession of everything eatable that they could find, and not satisfied with eatables, they even broke open stores and took dry goods, jewelry, in fact, everything they could appropriate for their use or could sell for money. The city battalion was ordered out of their depredation on the property of citizens of Richmond, but the battalion ingloriously fled before the army of petticoats. President Davis came forth and made a speech to them, stating that rations should be issued to them every morning, on hearing which they dispersed. They call themselves the wives of soldiers, but I doubt many of them having husbands in the army. Say nothing about it, for I know how a great many persons would think of the affair. That those females were on the eve of starvation, which I don't believe. Parson Renfro arrived last night. We will have a preaching in our regiment now, unless I am deceived in Renfro. 4 men reported sick in our company. This morning, none of them much sick. I have not heard from Elsie Fox since sending him to the hospital. General Wilcox gave us his opinion a few days ago, that Hooker would fight us in 10 days from that time. The late snow will delay his advance a few days. I care not how soon the fight may commence, knowing that we are compelled to fight. Say to Sarah that I certainly will write to her day after tomorrow. Remember me to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Back with letter number 39 from Elias Davis, writing from the Civil War back to his family at home in Trussville, Alabama. This 39th letter is dated April 10th, 1863, from Elias Davis's camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's a little long, partly why I'm sitting down, but we'll read it to you now. My dear Georgie, yours of 30th of, I'm assuming last month, March, came to hand this evening. I wrote to you and Sarah on 6th of this month and went on picket on evening of same day. We do not go on picket as far from camp as I thought we would go at time of writing. We did not go more than a quarter of a mile from camp. We go on picket tomorrow to our old post 2.5 miles from camp. I hope the weather will continue as warm as it is now. If it does, I shall catch some fish. When on picket last time, I caught a fish 10 inches long. Parson Renfro has preached one sermon for us since his arrival. He is a very ordinary looking man. I was introduced to him today. I think I will like him very much. You wrote in your last that you could see no prospects of an early peace. I must admit that our prospect for an early peace is not bright. But I think, yes, I know, if we can make a crop of wheat and corn and meat, not with considerable reverses of fortune on the battlefield during coming 4 months, the end of the war will be near. I believe our cause is just, and believing it to be just, I am confident that God will not allow us to be starved into submission. I have no fear of enemies shooting us into subjugation. If Mr. Lincoln is not more successful during coming 4 months than he has been, the opposition party in his government will have grown to such dimensions that it will be able to close the war. I am beginning to believe that Federals will not attempt to cross Rappahannock at this place. They may cross above here. Any route that Mr. Hooker selects to Richmond, he will find a rough road to travel. But one man reported sick in our company this morning. The sick man is not much sick. Our morning report, unintelligible, to 46 men for duty. The number of our company present, men and officers, is 51. The number present and absent, officers and men, is 62. Captain Martin will resign, and Holmes, I expect, is dead. If he is, when Martin resigns, our company will number 60. We have never heard from Holmes since sending him to the hospital in December 62. We have not heard from L.C. Fawkes since we sent him to hospital. When I hear from him, I will send him letters sent to my care. We are quite comfortably situated here. We have a good chimney to our tent. We are not so much crowded as we were in the last we recently evacuated. You wrote that soldiers at Vicksburg were suffering for something to eat. I know they draw as much as we do. Men do not draw as much as they would eat, but they are healthier than they would be if they had as much as they would eat. I don't think Captain Martin will ever return to the regiment. If he does not, he will never be promoted. He will doubtless resign, Captain, and our commission will date to time of his resignation. Since my return, I have not drawn money. I shall draw tomorrow and will send you money by first opportunity. I shall send you all the money I can. I have not chewed any tobacco since my return to the company. I can't chew tobacco at its present price. I smoke. Don't sell any medicine except quinine and morphine. My love to all of the family. I shall write again in a few days. I will write frequently. I hope you are having pleasant dreams. Your husband, Elias Davis. This is letter number 40. This one from Elias Davis to his wife, Georgia. It's dated April 1863 from his camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia. Earl Massey, who transcribed these letters back in 2000, put a note in here that said, "This letter is virtually impossible to read. I will type phrases and sentences that can be deciphered." So can't imagine how difficult that was trying to transcribe a handwritten letter from 1863, but we've got a good bit from it, and so we'll read it now. My dear Georgia, we hear many conjectures here as to where the fighting will commence in Virginia. I don't have any opinion as to where the first fight will be, but feel confident that the unpleasant work will commence soon. No person can give satisfaction to our regiment as a commander but Forney. After Captain Martin's resignation, Captain J. Truss will be the senior captain of the regiment. He's a quite unintelligible man, but not competent to be a field officer. L.C. Fawkes returned to the company today. He is well. Only one man sick in our company, and he is able to eat rations. Nearly all of us have sore tongues on account, I think, want of vegetables to eat. My tongue is very sore, but better than it has been. I am about well of disease of skin of which I was suffering when at home. Prince is well and unintelligible Wash out more clothing than any person I ever saw. I will write you when to send more clothing. Georgie, I wish I was able to write you a more cheering letter than I can. I feel if, unintelligible, a letter from you today. I don't blame you. Your absent husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Prince is sick of dysentery this morning. I would have written to you sooner had I not written to your brother John a day or two ago. E.D. Letter 41 from Elias Davis also is sent to his wife Georgia. This letter, dated April 23rd, 1863, from his camp still near Fredericksburg, Virginia. This letter is a little bit longer, so we will read it now. My dear Georgie, I am officer of the guard tonight. I have 3 persons under guard. 2 of them have been court-martialed for forging a pass to go to Fredericksburg. Sentence of court-martial is that half of their heads shall be shaved, that they shall march in front of the regiment wearing barrel shirts, forgery written on them, that they shall have a ball and chain attached to their legs and sent to Richmond to work on the fortifications during the war. A barrel shirt is made by knocking out one head of a barrel and cutting a hole through the other large enough to thrust a man's head through. Prisoners belong to Company H. I am very sorry for one of them, as he has always been a good soldier, and he is an old man, and has a wife and 9 children. His son arrived a few days after his arrest to substitute him. Their heads will be shaved tomorrow. They will also wear barrel shirts before regiment on dress parade tomorrow evening. Poor fellows are to be severely punished for offense of which 50,000 men and officers have been guilty since commencement of war without any punishment. 4 federal regiments have crossed Rappahannock at Port Royal, 15 or 20 miles below Fredericksburg. Jackson is there. I think that movement is a feint, whilst they attempt to cross elsewhere. We are not expecting to remain here idle much longer. Before this reaches you, we may be on the march to meet the enemy. I feel confident that if Federals do not cross Rappahannock to fight us, we will cross to fight them. From maneuvering of troops, the movements of long wagon trains, frequent balloon, unintelligible, and signal lights on Yankee side of river, it is evident that something is astir among them. But whether they contemplate crossing river or are afraid that we will cross is difficult to determine. Colonel Caldwell has returned. I met him this morning. He was quite agreeable. I have not the remotest idea that he will resign. I shall not be surprised if he has not petitioned the second time to resign. Many of the officers in the regiment have signed a petition asking the appointment of Shelley, major of the regiment. Truss will be the senior captain after Martin's resignation. My opinion is that he will be bounded and busted if he does not waive his rank. Captain Cook is next senior captain, if Truss waives his rank. Cook, by laws, is entitled to the position. Cook is a gentleman of considerable intellect, but many of the officers do not want him to have the position. Well, this is not interesting to you. Let me close it by saying I do not care who is lieutenant colonel or major, so long as Forney commands. Ralph had another chill day before yesterday. I hope he will not have any more. This weather is severe on persons who have chills, cool, damp, and cloudy. It is now midnight, and I shall not write any more until morning. Pleasant dreams to you, my sweet Georgie. He wrote the next morning, April 24th, in this same letter before he sent it. We have had much rain during past few days. A very constant rain is falling, and the prospect is that it will continue all day. I hope you are not having so much rain in Alabama as we are having here, as I am convinced that dry weather is much better for wheat. From what you wrote me, I think you are making good progress on the farm. As to clothing, I have a supply. When an opportunity offers itself, you may send me 1 shirt. 4 men of our company reported sick this morning, none seriously sick. My tongue is almost well. An order has just come for our company to go on picket at 2 this evening. It is pretty hard as we returned from picket day before yesterday, and I was on guard last night. The last letter I received from you was dated 6th of this month, April. No, 2. I am becoming quite impatient to hear from you. Remember me to all of the family. May heaven smile on you as the wish of your absent husband, Elias Davis. All right, back with another letter from Elias Davis from the Civil War. This one is not dated, but most likely late April 1863. Short letter to his son Johnny. Dear Johnny, I received your letter. You must love Ma and obey her, and you will be called a good boy. Use no ugly words, for bad, ugly, naughty boys use such language. Take good care of your little dogs, and we will hunt squirrels when I return home. Kiss Ma for me. Your pa, Elias Davis.
Letter 43. No location or date given, but it would have been written between April 23 and May 10 of 1863. My dear Georgia, I hastily pen you a few lines this morning. At 2 o'clock last night, we were ordered to put our regiment under arms and be ready to march at a moment's warning. We are now holding ourselves ready to march at the command. We may leave here in less than 2 hours, or we may not leave here in a month. My guess is, if we do not leave here today, is that we will leave here shortly. I do not think we will remain idle much longer. Yankee is now making demonstrations that indicate that he intends to cross Rappahannock to fight us. Still, I shall not be surprised if the next battle in Virginia will be fought in Manassas. I feel confident that we will go into Maryland and Pennsylvania this summer. Our army is in excellent health and high spirits. A few members of our company are unwell, none sick and tense. Ralph is well, not looking so well as he did when he was at home. I feel well and imagine that I am looking well. I have just sent Prince to country after buttermilk. Bacon is worth $1.75 a pound. Butter, $3 a pound. Milk, 25 to 50 cents a quart. Bacon we draw is deficient in quantity and quality. We are making excellent loaf bread in camp. It is as good bread as any of the kind I ever ate. It is cheap bread, as neither soda nor grease is necessary to make it. I do not know how the yeast is made. We always preserve a piece of dough when it is ready to bake, to mix with new dough. I'm afraid you will want Prince for a book when we return. We had shad for breakfast this morning. Not very good as they were stewed, as we had no grease to fry them in. We had a few Irish potatoes yesterday. Since my return, they come seldom and scantily. Wild onions grow abundantly here. Remember me to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 44, Camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia, May 10, 1863. My dear Georgie, yours and Sarah's of 26 last month came to hand day before yesterday. I wrote you 2 letters day before yesterday, in one of which I wrote you that I would write on the next day. Why I did not write on yesterday was because we were on picket. Before receiving this, you will have seen a detailed account of fighting done near here recently. Consequently, I shall not attempt an account of it. All the houses near here are full of wounded Yankees. Blood is shed freely by the knife of the surgeon. I have witnessed 5 amputations since fight and could have witnessed 20. When we fell back from Fredericksburg, I threw away my knapsack and its contents except my Bible. Knapsack contained nothing except a coverlet and a volume of tactics. In the evening, I more than got even with the Yankees in the way of baggage, as certain members of our company presented me a magnificent blanket and an excellent rubber blanket. I captured an excellent sword, and a member of the company gave me a beautiful sword belt he took from a dead Yankee officer. Our army is now better clothed than it has been for some time, and much better supplied with blankets than it ever was. Everybody has a rubber blanket, and large numbers of our soldiers have small tents that they can carry in their knapsacks and light cooking utensils that they can carry on marches. All pick it up on battlefield. I have not heard from Fawkes or Keogh since battle at Salem Church. They were doubtless sent to Richmond. Neither of them was dangerously wounded. I hope their wounds are just severe enough to ensure them furloughs. Today is Sunday. Regiment is forming for inspection. After inspection, we will have preaching. I I hope Elvira is well, and I am fearful you will have more fever cases in the family. No person in our company is sick. Ralph is well. He is acting assistant surgeon. Prince is well. He has some buttons for you. Please mention in my letters number of letters you receive from me, that I may know how many letters you do not receive. I carefully number all of my letters. Kiss Johnny for me. Your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 45, Camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia, May 25th, 1863. My dear Georgie, we have had some very warm weather. This morning is cloudy and quite cool. This is the dark time in history of Southern Confederacy. I hope it is the dark hour before light. No man knows when will come the end of this war. It will come as will come the end of time, when many are not expecting it. God instituted this war for some good and wise purpose, and when his purpose is accomplished, then comes the end of the war. All persons in Southern Confederacy have felt sensibly the bitter effects of this war, and my feeble opinion is that it will continue until citizens of the federal government are punished as much as we have been punished. The question is, how much longer must the war continue to punish the Federals as we have been punished? I think not much longer. We have suffered as much as we will suffer. In fact, I think our agony is over, and as a nation we have something unintelligible into a calm and tranquil mood, resolved to fight on and pray ever until we are free. Every family, with few exceptions, have given up members to our service, and nearly all have had representatives who have died in the service. Many have lost all their property. All soldiers have made hard marches, fought hard battles, lived on scant rations, and endured the coldest weather without tents and scantily clothed. The hearts of our whole people have been made to ache on account of hardships of the army endured by our soldiers. What more can we suffer? From now on, we will not suffer so much as we have suffered. It is quite different in Northern government up to this time. Its armies have been composed of the scum of their population. But now Mr. Lincoln must raise new armies or cease to fight us. To raise such an army as the exigency of his government needs will draw members from all of the families in his government. Let them tremble, for their day of retribution is not far distant. Resources of that government for eatables, clothing, and all the munitions of war are superior to ours. Besides, commerce of the world has been freely poured into her ports. But these advantages they cannot hold over us much longer. Cheer up, Georgie, for God is just and will not suffer the guilt to go unpunished. Neither will he suffer the guiltless to be punished no longer than is consistent with the accomplishment of some wise and good purpose. If the war does not close, I shall go home, if living, in 8 or 9 months. Before now you have heard of death of Prince. He had but $2 when he died. I don't know how he got rid of his money. He never wore his opera pants. I put them on him day before he died. After death, he looked very natural. Many soldiers who are respectably buried were not put away as decently as he was. He could not have been more decently buried at home. I'm afraid the Yankees will make a raid through Jefferson. I don't think they will ever go through our neighborhood. If they should, you need not be alarmed. They will not hurt you. They will destroy property, carry off horses and Negroes. I'm afraid that part of General Hood's division is being mounted. I wish General Lee would see proper to mount something unintelligible brigade. When I last heard from L.C. Fawkes, he was improving. I hope he'll be furloughed. Under existing orders, there is no chance for him to get a furlough now. Robert Keogh's wound was but a slight wound of the hand, and I suppose that he is nearly or quite well by this time. D.C. Poole, J. something unintelligible, Robert Teasley, John Mering are well. Ralph is well. He is acting assistant surgeon. My health continues good. Say to Sarah that I will write her a lengthy letter day after tomorrow. Say to Johnny that I will write to him shortly. Tell him that I think of him often, and as often wish that I could be with you and him. Remember me to all the family. Be careful of your health. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Georgie, I have money to send you as soon as I can have an opportunity to send it. I will send you. E.D.
Letter 46,
camp near Fredericksburg, Virginia, May 28, 1863. Mr. J.T. Latham. Dear brother, yours of 9th this month came daily to hand, finding me in good health cheerfully this morning. The duties of a soldier incumbent on me. We returned from picket yesterday evening. Yankees wanted to be very friendly at post I was commanding. I did not encourage them to cross the river. I was invited over to eat dinner with them. Invitation was respectfully declined. We exchanged newspapers. I saw a New York Herald of 22nd this month and a Washington Chronicle of day before yesterday's date. News of Vicksburg is about the same of that in Richmond papers of same date. Vicksburg, I am fearful, has fallen or will soon fall. General Johnson will hold Vicksburg at all hazards. If Vicksburg is evacuated, it will only be done that he may achieve a more complete victory. Editor of New York Herald says that federal government has in its service 27 Negro regiments, and by 1st of June it will have 40 or 50 regiments. The Herald suggests, as his government has no general into service, that some ebony Caesar may yet have honor of leading federal armies to such victories as will crush out the rebellion. You have doubtless seen accounts of Mr. Vallandigham of Ohio and sentence of court-martial banishing him to island of Tortugas. Washington Chronicle says President Lincoln has commuted his punishment to sending him to Dixie, so we may expect him south shortly. I think the signs of the times indicate a forward movement here. Health of our Army continues good, and it is in excellent fighting condition. As to health of company, all are well. McMillan returned to camp yesterday. Caldwell has not resigned and will not resign. He has replied to our petition, and we shall reply to his response. Simply say that his explanations are unsatisfactory and ask leave to withdraw our petition. Remember me to all kindred and friends, your brother, Elias Davis. Letter 47, bivouac near Fredericksburg, Virginia, June 8, 1863. My dear Georgie, I shall not number this letter, as I do not remember the number of last letter I wrote. My portfolio is with all my other baggage except a blanket some distance in the rear. On last Friday night, we had orders to cook 2 days' rations, strike tents, and carry baggage to wagon yard. Saturday morning, found our wagons going to the rear and a brigade marching to the front. We are on the height opposite Falmouth. Night before last, we were on picket in Fredericksburg. Enemy in small force have crossed river 2 miles below Fredericksburg. I don't think he intends to fight us here. A fight between the two confronting armies here is imminent, but I am not able to tell you where it will occur. I shall not be surprised if it will be at or near Manassas Plains. We have heard good news from Vicksburg. I sent you by H.L. Deason $130. All the members of the company are well. Send word to Williams McCombs that David is well. He does not want his father to send him any clothing, as he can buy it cheaper from government than he can be made at home. William Morrow is in excellent health. All the boys from our neighborhood are looking well except John Martin. His health is tolerably good. Your last letter was written before you heard of death of Prince. The last you had received from me up to the time of writing was number 17. Referring to my memorandum, I found that up to date of your writing, I had written 9 letters after writing number 17. So 9 letters were on the way to you when you wrote. Remember me to all the family. Kiss Johnny for me. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 48, Fayetteville, Franklin County, Pennsylvania, June 27, 1863. My dear Georgie, I wrote to you last night. I have an opportunity to mail a letter tomorrow morning. I shall mail it to Ealaton. We marched 14 miles today. Contrary to my expectations, when we reached Chambersburg, we took the road leading to Baltimore. We are 80 miles from Baltimore. We know not where we will go. If I knew, I could not prudently write it, knowing that this may be captured before it reaches Richmond by Yankee cavalry. We will probably remain here tomorrow, as I understand General Lee says we shall not march on Sunday. We saw Father Roberts today for the first time since we left Fredericksburg. He is a noble-looking man. When at Chambersburg, we were in less than 50 miles of Harrisburg, capital of Pennsylvania. I have seen many tears shed by females today. All say that they never expected to see a Confederate army here. They have been living as if no war existed in America. It is just that they should feel the war. All persons South, with few exceptions, have suffered. All citizens here are badly alarmed. I suppose they were conscious of bad conduct of Federal soldiers South and are afraid that we will retaliate. I hope our soldiers will not wantonly destroy private property. Numbers of our soldiers exchanged hats with citizens today, without a willingness on the parts of citizens. Some of them who were barefooted made citizens pull off shoes and boots and to give them. We were taking all the horses in the country. Ralph is well. My health is excellent. Morrow, McCombs, Martin, and Glenn, and all the other boys from our neighborhood are well. We have plenty of excitement and lots of good things to eat. We are having a big time. Yours and John's of 8th this month come to hand yesterday. I have written Sarah 3 letters that she has never answered. Say to your Uncle Meredith that I consider John's disease one of the heart. A certificate from me would be worse than useless, as surgeon would probably think I presumed to dictate to him. A surgeon who refuses to exempt him from conscription is ignorant to his profession. I think he needs have no fears. I wrote to you on the subject while I was at Culpeper. I know John is not able for military duty such as we have done for 2 years. If he is conscripted, I shall make an effort to have him discharged. I shall then feel no delicacy in addressing surgeon of post respecting his health during the past 4 years. You must excuse bad writing, as my knee is subserving as the purpose of a table. I cannot number this as my portfolio is out of hand, as I don't remember the number of the next to the last letter I wrote. Remember me to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
This is letter 49. No date given, but likely around the same date as letter number 48. This letter was written to Elias' son, John. Dear Johnny, I'm proud of you because Ma says you are a good boy. I shall get you something pretty. Kiss Ma for me. Your Pa, Ed Davis.
Letter 50, bivouac near Hagerstown, Maryland, July 8th, 1863. My dear Georgie, you will have heard of battle at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania before receiving this, and I hope you will have seen casualties of our company. We have not yet had an opportunity to telegraph. We'll telegraph as soon as we can. Our company suffered severely. 1 killed, 17 wounded, and 1 missing. Gresham P. Kelly was mortally wounded in the head. He was living when I last heard from him. Sergeant William S. Brown was dangerously wounded. Lieutenant Thomas Hickman, John Vines, John E. Williams, John F. McLaughlin, and Robert Kelo were severely wounded. All flesh wounds except Hickman's and Vines. Hickman's arm was broken. 1 bone of Vines' leg was broken. Macmillan received a flesh wound in the leg. Marcus A. Worthington was wounded in the side. Ball lodged against his rib. Wound was not dangerous. I expect he has written casualties of the company before now, as when I last heard from him, he was traveling to Virginia. John T. Graham, David McCombs, John M. Poole, Samuel Downs, Rolane, Thomas P. Hickman, Moses Leslie, David Faust were all slightly wounded. I have not seen any of the wounded members of the company since they were carried from the field. Some of them I did not see after they were wounded. Fight at Gettysburg commenced on July the 1st and closed on the 4th. We whipped the enemy badly, but failed to dislodge him from his strong works. Enemy would have been completely routed if some persons had not failed, in my opinion, to his duty. I escaped unharmed, except for a very light bruise on the leg from being struck on the leg by a grape. Ralph is well. My health is not excellent. Yours of 4th last month, number 13, came to hand whilst on the battlefield. Gresham P. Kelly, W.S. Brown, John E. Williams, John Vines, and the Hickman boys are all in the hands of the enemy. James Kelly remained with his brother. Remember me to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
This letter, number 51, camp near Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia, dated July 26, 1863. My dear Georgie, my last from you was mailed 7th this month, a little more than a month ago, not a mile from this place. I was late in the evening hastily writing you a letter, which time we have seen and done enough to constitute material for many pages of history. The circumstances in which I now write are very different from those by which we were then surrounded. We had whipped the enemy at Fredericksburg, had encouraging news from Tennessee and Mississippi, and our proud and defiant army was on the march to the enemy's country to make him feel some of the devastation and distress of an invading army. Each soldier anticipated success, and such spirits as then existed never before pervaded an army. We were not successful on account of some general not doing his duty. Soldiers did their duty, for no battlefield has our soldiers fought with more desperation and determination. If Vicksburg had not fallen, we would now be in the enemy's country. We can whip Federal Army of Potomac. At Gettysburg, we only failed to drive Federals from their strong works on a mountain. Enemy will have it that our army is demoralized. We will prove to the world to the contrary, if Meade will only advance on us. Some at home, I know, have despaired of success. They are faint-hearted, set not worthy of independence, and they need not indulge the hope of a peace except on honorable one. We would sell ourselves to France rather than submit to Lincoln's government. We can conquer an independence without foreign aid if we resolve to do so at all hazards. A member of our company received a letter from Ellington dated 10th of June, which stated that your brother John would soon marry Ophelia Haygood. Letter stated that John was in Ellington that day and had probably come after his marriage license. Letter I allude to was from Carrie Waldrop to John Reed. Reed has not told any person but me. Letter stated that a young man with John, but did not give his name. Tell John I believe the report, but think he might have invited me to the wedding. Tell him I don't think hard of his not doing so. We may remain here a month, and we may leave tomorrow. We arrived here yesterday morning. Regular camp rules were enforced immediately after our arrival, which indicated that we might remain here some time. Our stay here will depend altogether upon movements of army and enemy. I shall be surprised if we do not have some fighting to do shortly. 2 of our wounded, Rolane and Faust, have returned to duty. Numbers of our company present, including myself, is 34. Ralph has recovered his health. All of the company are well. We are anxious to go to Tennessee, not that we would prefer that army to ours, but to be between Federal Army and home, so that if Federals should overrun Alabama, we would know how it was done. Rations are pretty good, plenty of flour and beef. I have just eaten some excellent soup. Today is Sunday. Parson Renfro preached this morning an excellent sermon. All of his sermons are good and adapted well to the occasion. Remember me to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. Letter 52, camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, dated August 14, 1863. My dear Georgie, yours of 30th last month came to hand on yesterday. I would have written to you much oftener than I have since we have been here if postage stamps had not been so scarce. I have just returned from Orange. It was doubtless a pretty place in the former days of peace. A man on post not far from my tent has just shot himself accidentally in the leg. Both bones are broken. He is now being carried to the surgeons, who will amputate his leg immediately. It is quite common for men to shoot themselves accidentally or purposely, Accidental wounds are generally in the hand or feet. I have never known one through the head or heart. L.C. Fox is sick. Will be well in a few days. He is not confined. 3 others of the company are puny. Minyard cut his foot a few days ago and not be able for duty for 2 weeks. All the rest from our neighborhood are well. J.B. Martin is in excellent health, looking better than he did when he left home. I have not heard from McCombs since the arrival of Fox and Deason. I'm expecting his arrival every day. No news from those we left at Gettysburg. I am fearful we will hear bad news from some of them. General Meade's army is being recruited and reorganized, and when order to Richmond is made, it will be made by a large army, but you need not fear or dread the consequence, further than the loss of many valuable lives. They can't take Richmond. Our protracted meeting prospects much good, though no conversations have occurred. I have never seen more interest manifested than is here manifested in the cause of religion. Renfro is, I think, the best preacher I have ever heard preach. I have heard as good and probably better sermons preached than I have heard him preach, but I have never heard any person preach such a succession of good sermons as he has preached since he has been with our regiment, being well adapted at the time and place. I have no regimental news of interest. We are getting good rations of beef and flour. I crave nothing better to eat. Rations have been better this year than they were last year. We were ordered a few days ago by Major Robinson, commissary of our brigade, to pay for our rations in advance. We held a meeting and resolved not to pay for our rations in advance, but that would pay for them as they were issued to us. My beef cost me 80 cents a day, flour 25 cents. A day's ration of flour and beef, $1.05. We can't save much money out of our hard-earned wages. A monthly pay of a private will only buy 1 bunch of envelopes, 2 quires of paper, and 2.5 plugs of tobacco. The enormous prices for which we pay for everything are occasioned by the timid, disloyal, and speculative members of the Confederacy. I am impatient for justice to be meted out to them. I hope many deserters will avail themselves of the offered opportunity to retrieve their characters by returning to their companies and making good soldiers. Many of them I truly sorry for, men who have large families dependent on their labor for supports. We have many ugly reports in the Army of how badly treated are the wives and children of poor soldiers by the wealthy and speculators. Many have believed those reports and have applied for furloughs, which have been denied them, have been tempted to visit home regardless of consequences. This class is small. The great bulk of deserters are worthless characters, whose conscience are no checks to their desires to do meanly. All that constrained them from robbing during peace was fear of punishment by law of the land. Those deserters in Jefferson ought to be hunted up with dogs, shot down wherever found, or hung to trees wherever caught. I don't think the deserters will interrupt you. Remember that the same God who saved the devourment of Daniel by lions, the destruction of the Hebrew children from destruction by the consuming flames of a fiery furnace, who was with David when he slew Goliath, still reigns and is the same good and merciful God he was then. To his guardian care and protection, I humbly commend you, my dear Georgie. Your situation troubles me very much, but I can't remedy it for better. Let us be hopeful that the war will soon close. Remember me to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 53. No location was provided. The date is unclear, but it may be September 5th, 1863. My dear Georgie, yours and your papa's came duly to hand. Your papa expressed a desire that you should go to his house to live. Under existing circumstances, you had better go and remain for a while. Do as you think best. I am utterly unable to advise you what to do. I regret very much not being able to be with you. Be prudent and trust in God, and all will be well with you. We have some talk in our camp of our corps going to Tennessee. I do not credit the rumor. and I am now by no means anxious to go to Tennessee. I was very anxious to go when General Longstreet went. Nothing indicates an early engagement here. We are on picket every 5th day. When on picket, our men, though it is contrary to orders, exchange papers with the Yankees. The Yankees admit that Rosecrans was whipped at Chickamauga. We are waiting with anxiety the news of more fighting at or near Chattanooga. We have not yet seen the casualties of any of the Alabama regiments engaged in recent battle between Bragg's and Rosecrans' troops. We are anxious to hear from our friends who were in the fight, but fear that we will hear sad news from many of them. I know some of the Vicksburg Army was with Bragg at that time. We don't think the 20th Alabama Regiment was. 2 men reported sick on our morning report, Cowley and James T. Hewitt. Cowley had dysentery. All from our neighborhood are well. When you can, inform McCombs that David's health is excellent. He can't write and depends on me alone to inform his parents of his condition here. My health is most excellent. The furloughing system still continues. I don't know who will be next to go from our company. I am fearful that E.J. Davis will stay at home much longer than he ought to. It will be some time before another man is allowed to go from our company. Our Christian Association meets today, as we could not meet on Saturday on account of being on picket. Some members of the association read an essay or addresses the association on some religious subject at each meeting. Our meetings are instructive and interesting. Time passes away very rapidly now to me, as I am engaged all the time. Say to your papa that I will answer his letter in a few days. May the Spirit of God be with you forever, is the wish of your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. My love to all of the family.
All right, letter 54, Camp near Orange, CH, Virginia, September the 8th, 1863. My dear Georgie, yours of 25th last month came duly to hand, in which you desire to know if I will visit home next winter. If I live, I certainly shall go home before next spring. I would like to be at home in November, but I have little hope of being with you then. You remember what I advised you to do. I received a letter from McMillian yesterday in which was stated that news had reached Ellerton that Colonel Forney was dead. We are anxious to know whether the report of his death is true or not. We will know in a few days. Our regiment will never be what it was and what it would have been under Forney. Our meeting continues. 60-odd persons were baptized Sunday from ours and other brigades. A large number joined other churches. Probably when we fear and love God more, we will be blessed with peace. He can close this war whenever he chooses to do so. 'Tis strange why some of us have not been punished more severely than we have been. D.N. McCombs has returned to the company. Billy Brown and James Poole have not been exchanged. James Kelly is at Camp Lee near Richmond, a paroled prisoner. All are well. Ralph's health still improves. He is now acting assistant surgeon. Dr. Montgomery has gone home on furlough. Several officers of our regiment are now at home on furloughs of indulgence. Sorry. We are having quite a pleasant time here. Plenty to eat and very little duty to do. We have never been so pleasantly situated since commencement of war. We are perfectly willing to remain here until war closes. We will probably have the pleasure of remaining here some time, as I think enemy will not advance on Richmond until he will have army of sufficient size to besiege the place. Georgie, you must excuse me for writing such a short, uninteresting letter. I have nothing to write. My love to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
This is letter 55 from a camp near Orange, CH, Virginia, September 11th, 1863. My dear Georgie, yours and your brother John's of 28th last month came duly to hand. I have heard nothing since commencement of war that pleased me half so well as did the news that your papa and John had shot those robbers, the Watsons. Shooting those men will have a good effect. Deserters will not trouble your papa again. He need have no fear of them burning his house. If he had not shot them, then he might expect them to burn and take his property. I hope your papa and John are prepared to give them a warm reception if they are visited again. I would not take $100,000 for the affair that occurred at your father's on night of Wednesday, previous to 28th of August. Our corpse will be reviewed today by General Lee at 12 o'clock. We march out from camp at 11 o'clock. Men are busily engaged in rubbing up their guns. 2 of our company are sick, D.C. Faust and Lewis Fawkes. Fawkes is not confined to his tent and will be well in a few days. More sickness in regiment than has been for some time. Faust's sickness borders on pneumonia. Morrow returned to company yesterday. He has been on duty in the country. Our meeting continues with prospect of doing much more good. Ralph professes a change. He belonged to church before he left home and was never expelled from the church. Consequently, he can't join again until he renounces his former profession. He won't renounce his former profession, though he has been very wicked since that time. He is a member of Church of Bucksville. I hope he will not go astray again. Reed, Prescott, Graham, R.G. Hewitt, B.T. Hewitt, Haskett W. Ware have joined the Methodist Church. Sunford professed last night and will join the Methodist. William McMath professed a few nights ago and will join Baptist Church. Minyard joined Baptist. Enclosed, find a certificate of my baptism, which keep until I write to you how to dispose of it. I will write to some members of Cahaba Church and send the letter to you. I have not time to write now. Kiss Johnny for me. My love to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. I wrote to your Uncle Meredith a few days ago. I hope he received my letter or will receive. Elias.
This is letter 56 at a camp 2 miles from Rapidan Station, Virginia, on September 22nd, 1863. My dear Georgie, I ought to have written to you last night, but after reporting roll call at 8 o'clock last night, an order was sent round to form our company to go on picket, and in a short time afterwards we were marching to a point half-mile by the Rapitan River, 2.5 miles from camp. We crossed the river and slept until half-hour before day. At the dawn of day, we relieved the pickets on outpost. We returned to camp this evening. We have changed camp since writing my last to you. We only moved to woods, a distance of 400 yards, intervened between us and Yankees, an open field. Members of our regiment exchanged newspapers with them today. We heard considerable cannonading and some musketry above us this evening. Have not heard from it. We may encounter Meade's army on battlefield in a short time. We may fight tomorrow, and a fight may not occur in a month. My opinion now is that we will have a general engagement here before long. We've heard tonight good news from Georgia, General Bragg's victory over Rosecrans. My last from you was written on 8th of this month. I am very sorry to hear that you have been unfortunate enough to lose so many hogs. We have been unfortunate and fortunate during this war. Let us not complain, but be thankful that we have not encountered worse misfortunes and strive to do the best we can. Georgie, as to going to your papa's, do as you please. I want you to exercise your will in the matter. Be assured that I shall be pleased at whatever you may determine to do. I regret very much not being able to be with you during coming 3 months. Be prudent and trust in God. My faith is strong that all will be well. Health of company is good. Fawkes was sent to hospital 14th of this month, sick of camp fever. On 20th this month, he was at 2nd Alabama Hospital, improving, having good attention. William Morrow is puny. I think he will be well in a few days. He is not confined to his tent. Ralph is well. I hope this will find you well. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. I wrote to your uncle Meredith Edwards some time ago. Let me know if he does not receive or has not received my letter. I shall write to your brother John shortly. Elias.
This is letter 57, bivouac near Amosville, Virginia, October 12th, 1863. My dear Georgie, after 3 days marching, we arrived yesterday evening within 5 miles of Culpeper Courthouse. We flanked around Meade's army, and he approached Culpeper from the north. We camped 5 miles from Culpeper Courthouse last night. Cooked 2 days' rations. Yankees are hastily retreating in direction of Manassas. We are on their flank. We are about 25 miles from Manassas. Flanking around as we are, we must march 40 miles before we reach them. I don't know that we are going there. Be assured after receiving this that Meade's army is on the other side of the Potomac. We are after Meade with a sharp stick and will be in a few days press him so closely that he can't, and the rest of that is unintelligible. The Yankees left Culpeper yesterday about the time we arrived at our camp. All the members of our company are shod, many of them having visited Yankee camps last night and found a sufficiency of shoes, half worn, to shoe all barefooted. Morrow, Trust, Martin, McCombs, Glenn, and other boys from our neighborhood are well. Our army is in high spirits. We may cross Potomac again. If we do, you will see an account of it in papers before you receive this. My last from you was written on 1st this month. Ralph is well and sends his love to you. Hoping that God will guard and protect you, I close. Remember me to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Tell Johnny I often think of him and as often wish I could be with him and his mother. Paper, pen, and light are all bad. I don't know whether you can read this or not. It was written by a small campfire. E.D.
This is letter 58, bivouac near Brandy Station, Virginia, October 20th, 1863. My dear Georgie, we arrived here yesterday morning. We marched from Bristow Station to Rappahannock River, distance 28 miles. We have in our haversacks 2 days' rations of bread, 1 of beef. We are 8 miles from Culpeper Courthouse. If we do not go to Tennessee, we will have an easy time this winter. We destroyed the railroad from Manassas to Rappahannock River. I am informed that the railroad from Aquia Creek to Fredericksburg is destroyed. Yankees can't make much progress in or on to Richmond this winter. The campaign is closed here for the winter, and we will have a good time if we are not ordered to Tennessee. I'm willing to go to Tennessee. Martin will be well in a few days. All the other boys from our neighborhood are well. Ralph is well. My health is excellent. My love to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 59, camp near Brandy Station, Culpeper County, Virginia, October 26, 1863. My dear Georgie, since recrossing the Rappahannock, we have done nothing, only what will add to our comfort in camp. I have built me a nice bed of an oak tree split into delicate slats, about the size of drawbars. It's 3 feet from the ground, smooth but not springy. Ralph pressed a blanket full of straw, which adds considerably to the softness and comfort of our bed. We have an abundance of blankets and are making ourselves more comfortable than you can imagine. Before tomorrow night, I shall have a chimney to my tent. Only 1 tent is allowed members of the company. Near all of the boys have Yankee tents. All of them have bunks in which they can be warm and dry during any sort of weather.
We still have camp disputes of being on the eve of starting to Tennessee. If we remain in Virginia, we will not have much to do until spring. The war may close before that time. Probably we have finished our task of marching and fighting during this war. In the next, if I survive this, I shall not be a participant. E.J. Davis and McLaughlin returned to the company last night. I expect the return of Hickman and Kelly in a few days. Parson Renfro leaves us this evening to visit his home in Alabama on furlough for 30 days. I don't think he will return this winter. He will mail this somewhere on his way home. L.C. Fawkes is with the company quite sick. His disease is not yet sufficiently developed to name it. McCombs, Morrow, and other boys from our neighborhood are well. Be not uneasy about me needing clothing. I have a sufficiency to do me until January or longer. So soon as we are considered settled for the winter, I shall either go or send some member of the company to Richmond after clothing and blankets we have stored away in Richmond. My opinion is that we will not remain here long. I don't know where General Meade and his army are. My opinion is that they will winter near here at Orange Courthouse, Gordonsville, Fredericksburg, or Hanover Junction. I think it is possible, but not probable, that we may be ordered to Tennessee. I hope this will find you well and cheerful. My love to all the family. Say to Sarah that I shall write her in a few days. Your husband, Elias Davis.
This is letter 60, Camp near Brandy Station, Virginia, October 30th, 1863. My dear Georgie, I am attempting to write to you by a very bad firelight. I have just returned from a very interesting prayer meeting. A considerable number of us assembled in a pine thicket tonight to hold a prayer meeting and to make arrangements for meeting for the purpose of praying together nightly. No better place in the world for serving God than in the Army. If you could have been in our company 4 months ago and could be with it now, you would be highly pleased with the change. An oath is rarely heard used by a member of our company. Boys who regularly carried in their pockets decks of cards regularly carry their hymn books and testaments. The change in many of them, I am constrained to believe, is permanent. Nothing of interest has occurred since writing my last. All are well except Fawkes and Ralph. Fawkes is up again and will be well in a few days if he will be prudent. Ralph has a very severe cold. D. McCombs is in excellent health. Martin has recovered from his wound. We may draw money in a few days. If we do, I shall send you money by Mr. Hill, who is on a visit to see his sons in the 11th Alabama Regiment. Poor man, I am sorry for him. One of his sons was court-martialed for not doing his duty in Gettysburg battle. Sentenced to hard labor on fortifications around Richmond, doing the work with a ball and chain attached to his leg. Mr. Hill lives 5 miles below G.W. Marshall. He has 3 sons in the 11th Alabama Regiment, Alec, James, and Paffujet. Alec is the unfortunate son. A member of 8th Alabama Regiment was marched before our regiment this evening whilst on dress parade with the following written in large letter pinned to his shoulders: self-mutilation for having purposely shot himself in the hand. I hope you have fortitude of sufficiency for an occasion not far in the future. I can't go home before Christmas. Kiss Johnny for me. My love to all of the family. May the mercy of God be with you forever. Elias Davis. P.S. Say to Sarah I will write to her shortly. My duties have been so numerous lately that I have not had but little time for letter writing. Elias.
Elias Davis, letter 61, written from a camp near Brandy Station, Virginia, November 4th, 1863. My dear Georgie, I shall hereafter write more frequently than I've been writing to you lately. Since writing my last, I've been very bust and will be for 2 or 3 days. We drew money yesterday for July and August, and I'm now making out payrolls for September and October. All the boys are in debt. After payment of their debts, they will not have much money left to buy tobacco. On payrolls for January and February of '64, they will draw considerable amounts of money. They will then draw commutation for clothing undrawn. They're allowed $134 worth of clothing this year. Each member has not drawn $40 worth, averaging the company. Some have drawn more, some less. We drew a fine lot of clothing 3 days ago. 7 overcoats, 10 jackets, 11 pairs of pants, all made of English goods. Our company is well clothed except as to shoes. We're in a much better condition than we were at this time last year. Rumor in camp says we're on the eve of moving. I hope the rumor is false. We're very comfortably situated here. We're drilled twice a day in battalion drill. Guard duty is very heavy. Members of our company are on guard duty as often as every 8 days. Detachments of the guard are sent with men after water from all regiments in our brigade except ours. Water is carried by details for that purpose. All of us have enough to do, men and officers. We're better contented than we would be if we were idle. If I had nothing to do, I would have the blues the greater portion of the time. As it is, I've never enjoyed better health nor had more buoyant feelings. Ralph is not well. He's doing duty. Elsie Fawkes will be available for duty in a few days. All the other members of the company are well. In a short time, some person from our company will go home on furlough of indulgence. I do not know who the fortunate man will be, as I intended to let them draw for the furlough. I wish all of them could go home this winter. I hope we'll be allowed to reorganize next spring. Our term of service is out on the 4th of June, 1864. Others think different from me. Consequently, I would not publicly express my opinion that we will reorganize at the expiration of our term of service. And all who've not been home will be allowed to go home on furlough. I hope the war will virtually have closed before that time. The war is of such magnitude that its own weight will ere long crush it. May heaven speed the time when the war will close and we are permitted to return to our homes. The masses of North people are as sick of this war as we are. The term of service of a large number of Mr. Lincoln's troops will expire next spring. The conscript law of that government will not recruit his army sufficiently to enable him to carry on the war another year with any hope of success. The payment of $300 exempts any person from conscription in federal government. All who can produce $300 will pay the amount rather than come south to be shot at. I have a bright hope that the end of the war is not far distant. Yours and your brother's John's of 24th came to hand yesterday. Say to your brother John that I will reply shortly to Sarah that I shall not this time appoint a day to write to her, but she may expect to hear from me soon. Remember me to all of the family, your husband, Elias Davis.
This is letter 62 from a camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, dated November 17, 1863. My dear Georgie, yours of 7th this month came to hand yesterday evening. I can't understand why you do not receive letters from me more regularly. With but few exceptions, I have written to you every 4 or 5 days since my return to the Army last spring. You certainly do not receive all of my letters. On last Sunday, we left our camp near Rapidan Station, only a mile from here. We are now in sight of Orange Courthouse, constructing winter quarters. I am very much pleased with our situation and hope we will be permitted to remain here until next spring. The weather for last few days has been very pleasant. This morning it is warm and cloudy. Each man in our company will, by tomorrow night, be snugly stored in his bunk, in which he can be comfortable during the coldest weather. Today, the colonel of our regiment decides who shall go from the regiment home on furlough of indulgence, what companies shall be represented. 4 only will be allowed to go from the regiment. Members of our company will in a few minutes draw for the chance. Each company will select a man and send him to the colonel, and he will select 4 out of the 10. Ralph's health is now very good. McCombs and in fact all the members of the company are well. I will look for Worthington every day until he arrives. I believe I wrote in my last that J. Kelly had returned to the company. Ralph received boots last night sent him by brother Ed Davis. We are much better off than we were at this time last year. 17 conscripts arrived at our regiment last night. Some of them will probably be assigned to our company. Well, John Truss is the fortunate man of our company. I think his chance for going home is good. My love to all of the family. I will write to Sarah tomorrow. My love to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 63, Camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, December 4th, 1863. My dear Georgie, we left here at 4 o'clock a.m., 27th last month, with little expectations of being here now. Meade had crossed river at Germanna and Els Fords. We marched into the neighborhood of Adairsville, Maryland on morning of 28th. We were forming line of battle in sight of enemy. On night of same day, we threw up breastworks and awaited the attack from enemy until morning of 2nd December. At 2 a.m., 2nd this month, we evacuated our position and marched 6 miles of Chancellorsville. But this time Yankees, for prudential motives, were beyond Rappahannock. I don't know, I said that right. We were about faced and marched back to within a mile of Adairsville. 4 o'clock a.m., 3rd this month, we were under arms, and in a short time afterwards, we were marching toward Orange. We arrived here at 12 yesterday. Found our cabins as we left them. It's been a hard month for our division to get into fight since Gettysburg battle. We have been several times since then on the eve of battle. At least we thought so. When in line of battle in sight of enemy, expecting them to advance on us, and then not knowing when would we be ordered to advance. We were much surprised at Meade's not offering us battle. He is now beyond Rappahannock, as I presume our relative situations, as they were before we left here. I do hope we will be permitted to remain here until spring. All are well. Ralph leaves us in a few minutes to go to the country to guard a family. His situation is a pleasant one. Lieutenant Worthington has returned. I hope you are doing well. I would like to be with, not really sure, home. I shall write to you frequently. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Worthington has clothing at Richmond I will get. Letter 64, Camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, December 10, 1863. My dear Georgie, since writing to you, I have not heard from you. I hope when I hear from you, I will hear of you doing well. Today is Fast Day. It is being observed in our regiment, and I presume throughout our army. I have heard President Davis's message. I am very much pleased with it, except his mode of adding efficiency to the army. I allude to his opinion as to substitution. I am in favor of allowing no more substitution. This is in favor of no more substitution and of conscribing all persons who have substitutes in the army. I think if government conscribes persons who have substitutes in the army, it will be guilty of a breach of contract. President Davis thinks conscribing them would not be a breach of contract, and that no contract was entered into on the part of government with whose persons who have substitutes in the army, but that government only allowed them the privilege of employing substitutes. A bill has already been introduced into Congress to conscribe all persons who have substitutes in the army. The bill proposes to pay those men money they paid their substitutes. My opinion is that our army is large enough for defensive purposes, and all that is necessary to render it capable of defending our homes successfully is to force back to their command officers and men who are unnecessarily absent. All details ought to be sent to the Army, except those who are from disability unfit for field duty. Many who profess disability are as able for field service as I am. Clothing sent us by Lieutenant Worthington arrived yesterday. All you sent me came safely. My boots fit, and my overshirt is beautiful, and the onions are delicious. David McComb's shoes are large enough. He is well. We heard from M. Poole yesterday. On 18th last month, he was at Point Lookout, Maryland, a prisoner with little hope of being exchanged shortly. He was well. Please inform his mother of the fact. I must close that I may mail this today. All are well. My love to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. I send you the President's message. I will write again tomorrow. If I can't send all of the message in this letter, I will send the remainder in my next. Elias.
Back with letter number 65 from Elias Davis, sent back home from the Civil War. Today, I am in the historic Mount Nebo Cemetery in Trussville, Alabama. If you're wondering why I'm here, specifically right here, I am next to the graves of Sinclair Latham, who's right behind me here, and right here next to me is Rhoda Taylor Latham. These were Elias Davis's father-in-law and mother-in-law. And this letter, this 65th letter, was sent home to his mother-in-law. It was sent from his camp near Orange, Virginia on December 13th, 1863, and I'm going to read it to you now. Dear Mother, your most welcome letter of unintelligible date came to hand last night, found me in most excellent health and in moderately good spirits. I am very sorry to hear of J.M. Edwards having typhoid fever. I hope he will be well before this reaches you. He never will be able of field duty, and I hope he will be unintelligible in some business near his home. He could then be useful to his country and beneficial to his family. I believe you have at home more sickness than we have in the army. A few cases of pneumonia have occurred in our regiment recently, 2 in our company, Samuel J. Downs and Pleasant M. Rhodes. All are mild cases. The weather today is cold and rainy. We are pleased at the commencement of severe weather, believing it will force a cessation of active hostilities until spring. We are now living a life of almost perfect inactivity, have not even drilled since our return to camp on 2nd of this month. A short time ago, we were fearful that we would be ordered to Tennessee or somewhere else. We have no such fears now. Members of our company are very anxious to go home on furloughs. All think they are entitled to furloughs, and they are. 2 men for every 100 men able for duty are allowed furloughs of indulgence. 2 of our company will start home in a few days. I will send by him J.W. Davis's gun. Say to Mr. Latham that I have not been able to procure him a pistol. I think he may have no fear of being hurt by deserters. Shooting and hanging those Watsons has doubtless stopped forever, in my opinion, robbing in that neighborhood by deserters. Mr. Lincoln, in his recent message to U.S. Congress, proposes to pardon all soldiers who will now take an oath of allegiance to his government, except officers high in authority, military and civil. If 1/10 of population shall determine to return to allegiance, a state government for said state is to be organized. Right to all property in their possession to be guaranteed to them except the right to own slaves. He says Negroes shall be free. My opinion is that he would willingly receive us with the institution of slavery as it was before his benighted party inaugurated this cruel war. He could not consistently say so in his message to Congress after having issued his Emancipation Proclamation declaring Negro slavery free after 1st January 1863. My opinion is that we would have long ago had peace if the great powers beyond Atlantic Ocean had not been prejudiced against the institution of Negro slavery. We are not only fighting in this war the Northern government, but we are fighting England, France, and Russia. Those governments have not sent armies to invade our country, but they consented to blockade of our ports in violation to international law, shutting us in from communication with the world, confining us to our own resources to fight vastly superior numbers, backed by the almost united world. We have suffered much during this war, but I am willing to fight forever, rather than submit to freeing Negroes among us and being taxed to defray expenses of a war waged to wrest from our hands rights and property bequested to us by our ancestors. I conscientiously believe that our cause is just and consequently can't believe that we will not be successful. Remember me to all of the family, your son, Elias Davis.
Letter 66, Camp near Orange, CH, Virginia, December 8, 1863. Dear Georgie, yours of 7th this month came to hand last night. I would have written to you by today's mail, but I was expecting Truss's furlough to be returned to company approved, and that he would start home on tomorrow. Furlough has not come and may not come for several days. His furlough has just now come. He will leave for home tomorrow. I send J.W. Davis' gun, 1 quire of letter paper, 1 bunch of inferior envelopes. I have not been able to get anything to send Johnny and Willie. I send you a due bill I hold on J.T. Hewitt of my company. W.P. Hickman will pay it when you have presented it to him. Send it to him by first opportunity. Hewitt has written to him to pay it. I'm afraid you need more money than you have. I can send you $100 at the end of this month. I hope Congress will do something for line officers during present session. Government ought to give us our rations. We pay nearly half of what we draw to commissary for beef and flour. Health of company is good. No cases of pneumonia have occurred in regiment since writing my last to you. Considerable excitement in regiment yesterday on account of innumerable cases of smallpox in the regiment. Cases alluded to was but a case of measles. Ralph was here today. He is well. We are continuing to do nothing. We are living now almost a perfect life of idleness. Georgie, I never did feel as little like writing as I do tonight. You must excuse this short and uninteresting letter. I am perfectly well, but I feel badly. Remember me to all the family. Your devoted husband, Elias Davis. P.S. I sent you paper and needles. Due bill I send you must be presented to W.P. Hickman, merchant at Ealaton. You may not get gun and paper for several days after Truss gets home, as he may have to leave his trunk at Talladega.
Letter 67 from a camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, dated January the 1st, 1864. My dear Georgia, I have not received a letter from you in several days. From some cause unknown to us, we are now getting our letters regularly. When I last wrote, I was under the impression that we would move from here. I am of different opinion now. A Georgia brigade, which was doing picket duty beyond Rapidan River, has moved back to the rear, and our brigade will doubtless keep up the picket post kept by said brigade. We are 2.5 miles from river. We are on picket from 9 o'clock on the 30th last month until 12:31 last month. If we keep up the post unassisted by other troops, we will be on picket every 5 days during the winter. Our brigade was on picket duty all last winter. I suppose General Anderson is putting our brigade on extra duty on account of the spice it took on Christmas Eve. I allude to charging settlers at Orange, of which I wrote some days ago. Our brigade bore the brunt of the accusations of the condemnation on account of more men from our brigade being engaged in it than from any other brigade. No person was killed in the affair. I have learned since writing to you. Regiment on Provost Guard at Orange did not try to kill any person, aimed high. Loss of settlers is estimated at $2,000 in governor notes, $500 in gold, and a few silver watches, cakes, apples, ground peas, and tobacco in abundance. Most of those settlers were Israelites, and I, while not approving of conduct of soldiers, am sorry for the Jewish settlers. Our Congress has passed bill conscribing all persons who have employed substitutes. I think any person who has hired a substitute will be exempt except those who would not be liable to conscription on account of age or physical ability. If your brother John cannot get in cavalry, I want him to come to our company. Any man of his disposition would in a few days be very popular in our company. If principals of substitutes are allowed to join cavalry, then urge him to join a good cavalry company. A private's position in cavalry is better than any of the captains in infantry. Tell him to stay at home as long as he can. I have just now discovered that my paper is wrong side upwards, or rather wrong end upwards, and this being New Year's Day, it indicates that I will make several mistakes during the year. I hope I will not be going wrong end foremost during the year. Impress upon your brother John to join Calvary if he can. I am satisfied that he can join Calvary. I don't know that I shall join J.H. Morgan if the war lasts much longer. I have not seen Ralphie during the last 3 days. He is well. All of the company are well. I don't know that a sick man is in our regiment. Our meat rations are scantily, have been during the week and a half. Congress will pass a law giving officers their rations. Congress, in my opinion, will not allow letter unintelligible of officers at expiration of their term of service. I wrote to Sarah a day or two ago. My love to all of the family. Kiss the little boys for me. Your husband, Elias Davis.
There you go.
P.S. Bennett Leslie will go home in a few days on furlough. 4 men from every 100 able for duty will be allowed furlough. Elias.
Letter 68, a camp near Orange Courthouse in Virginia, January 4th, 1864. My dear Georgie, I have not received a letter from you since writing my last. I know you are not to blame, for a letter from our post office has not been received by any member of our company since I received my last from you. Bennett Leslie leaves here for home tomorrow morning. I have sent up an application for furlough for B.T. Hewitt. 2 from our company are allowed to be absent on furloughs of indulgence. The order is 5 out of every 100 men available for duty. Companies that have 50 men for duty are allowed 1 man extra. Each man who will get a recruit is allowed a furlough for 30 days. Can't you send me a recruit? If you can't send me a recruit, I can't go home. I am joking. I am perfectly satisfied that I can go home before the middle of March. An officer procuring a recruit would not entitle him to a furlough. Persons of the company may write letters that will induce you to believe that I will be at home before March. Believe them not, if you do not want to be deceived. I shall not apply for furlough until late February. I have no doubt as to getting the furlough when I apply for it. I hope your brother John will be at home when I get home. We go on picket tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Our picket duty is hard. As we are 2.5 miles away from the post, and we go on picket every 5 days. I do believe our brigade has done more hard duty than any other in the service. When on picket last, I, with part of the company, after dark crossed Rapidian River and went some 300 yards beyond the river and remained until a short time before day. We have no pickets beyond the river. We were thrown across the river to give alarm if the enemy attempted a surprise. Yankees could have easily cut us off from the river and captured us. All are well. Rations are slowly improving. The weather is extremely cold. Our regiment is well clothed and supplied with blankets. A few men are barefooted, very few. My love to all of the family. Kiss for me our little boys. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 69, camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, January 12, 1864. My dear Georgie, yours of 28th last month came to hand yesterday. As to my going home, my prospect for a furlough is now much brighter than it was at this time last year. I think I will be at home by middle of February. When I wrote some time ago, I then said middle of March. Your brother John will have to leave home before that time. If he can't join cavalry, I want him to come to our company unless he prefers some other infantry company to ours. After the 1st of February, he will not be allowed to select his company. If he selects a company, he must select one that was in service on 16th of April, 1862. Tell him not to be in any great hurry to leave home unless it is to join cavalry, for if he is enrolled, I am almost satisfied that he will be allowed the privilege of selecting an infantry company. He will have no great dread of Talladega, for it is an easier place than any he will find in the Army. Mail leaves in a few minutes. My love to all to family. Kiss little boys for me. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Earl Massey noted that most of this letter is not legible. Letter 70, Camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, January 14, 1864. My dear Georgie, all the members of the company are well except Theodore. He has, and this is unintelligible, disease that resembles smallpox. He is doing well. I shall apply for furlough immediately after Macmillan returns to company. If he does not return before 1st of February, I shall then apply 10 days, unintelligible, lapses from Macmillan leaving home or until his arrival here. An application for furlough was never returned after 5 days. 15 days after Macmillan leaving home, I will probably leave here for home. If my application for furlough is refused, I shall apply again and continue to apply until I am allowed to go home. You must not suffer yourself to be sadly disappointed if I am unable to be with you in February. I don't know that my application for furlough will be granted. My last from you is the 29th last month. Letters from Trustful Post Office have been received here, mailed on 2nd this month. 8 men out of every 100 able for duty are allowed to be sent on furlough. Theodore Rollane will go home soon as he is able to travel. He gets a furlough by having, and it's unintelligible. I hope Macmillan will bring recruits for a number of the members of our company. My love to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
This is letter number 71 from a camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, dated January 26, 1864. My dear Georgie, yours written after reception of letter I sent you, B. Bennett Leslie, came in duly to hand. Morrow, Kelly, Cowley, and Graham leave here for home tomorrow morning. My application for furlough may be returned day after tomorrow. 3 days after Morrow's arrival home, you may expect me at home. 2 cases of measles in our company, Byers and Cowley, recruits who came with Macmillan. We have not heard from Roulane since he was sent to hospital. We now think that furloughs will be granted to all who have not had furloughs. Ralph as well. He is still on guard in the country. I have nothing of interest to write, only that I am going home as soon as I can and will therefore close. My love to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. This is letter 72 from Richmond, Virginia, dated March 4th, 1864. My dear Georgie, since writing my last, we have had some excitement here. Butler was reported advancing on Richmond. All furloughed officers and soldiers were ordered to organize themselves into companies for city defense. We now have news that Butler is falling back in direction of Suffolk. He did not come nigher to Richmond than New Kent Courthouse, 25 miles from here. His advance toward Richmond was merely to cover retreat of Federal cavalry that appeared before the city a few days ago. Our companies were disbanded this morning, and all of us will make a considerable effort to go to our commands tomorrow. A large number of furloughed soldiers are here waiting an opportunity to go to their commands. Many of our regiment are here who left the regiment before I did. I have not heard from regiment since arriving here. News from Orange this morning does not indicate, in my opinion, a fight soon. If the weather continues good, you may expect to hear of fighting in Virginia before a great while. General Butler has 3 Negro regiments in his command. I am sorry he did not come to Richmond. We of General Lee's army are anxious to fight Beast Butler. Since arriving here, I am fully convinced this war will have virtually closed before the last of next September. I will now tell you the fate of those 2 bottles of whiskey you put up for me. Well, the little one, not a drop of it, went as far as Montevallo. Contents of the large bottle was left on platform at Montevallo Depot. I dropped the sack on platform and the bottle broke. I have ceased to grieve after it, as I am now just as well off as I would be it had I not broken it at Montevallo, for none of that whiskey would have gone to Selma. Morrow, Foster, Kelly, Graham, Callie, and I are together. All are well except Foster. He is as well as he was when he left home. All that are here cannot go on the train tomorrow. We are anxious to get off and shall try very hard to get on cars tomorrow morning. Board here is only worth $25 a day. Bacon $7.50 a pound. My rations are not out. If they were, I could draw rations here. Congress passed law giving officers one ration. Let me know the number of Negroes your papa has over 16 years old. Also the number your brother John has. I am of opinion that your brother John cannot be detailed to superintend your papa's Negroes. He can be detailed to superintend ours, his, and Sarah's. Remember me to the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Saul says Elvira is pregnant. I did hope no more children would be born until my return home. If above is not true, say nothing about it. If Negroes do not obey, you let me know the fact. I hope I will not be absent long. This is letter 73 from a camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, dated March 9, 1864. Dear Georgie, regiment went on picket yesterday. I was on guard and did not go. I am just now relieved. Regiment will return to camp today. Yesterday was quite a disagreeable day, cold and rainy. Today is a lovely day. The sky is clear and the air bracing. Lieutenants Worthington and Hickman busted on their furloughs. Colonel of regiment would not approve them. Worthington may get success on another application. I want both of them to get off. Your brother John, in my opinion, is not or was not exempted from conscription. We can have him detailed as the President is authorized to detail men from Army who can be of more use to our government at home than they can be in the Army. So soon as I learn to what regiment John belongs, I shall send home an application for his detail. Tell your papa and mother not to wait on me if they can get any person at home to draw up a petition for his detail. Dr. McCone can instruct them how to proceed. I have no doubt as to our ability to have him detailed. I shall not rest contented until he is detailed. Health of the company is good. M. Byers returned from hospital day before yesterday. Health improving. No prospect of a fight here soon. We are not expecting to do much fighting here this year. We will have one general engagement sometime this spring. We care not how soon it comes off. We are drawing good rations of meal and pickle beef, rice, peas, sugar, and coffee. Rations are much better than they were when I left here. Our army is in high spirits, as we are sanguine of our success. Georgie, I have often told you that citizens at home were more demoralized than are the soldiers. Since my visit home, I am confirmed in that opinion. Some men do very badly here, but we have more religion among soldiers at a mass than now exists among citizens. My love to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 74, Camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, March 11, 1864. My dear Georgie, for the first time since my return to the company, I attended prayer meeting tonight. We have in our brigade several organized prayer meetings, a Young Men's Christian Association, 2 Masonic lodges, a theater, and a debating club or society. I visited the theater once before I went home. I don't think I shall visit that place again. I have had but little to do since my return. Worthington send up our applications for furlough tomorrow, which Colonel Shelley will approve. Hickman will be detailed to do duty with Company I from our regiment, whilst one officer of said company will be absent on furlough. If Worthington's leave of absence is granted, McMillan and I only will be left with Company B. Then I will have something to do. Say to your papa that I have made every effort possible to purchase him a repeater and have failed to procure one to send him. I know of one that I can buy for $200, new issue. It cannot be bought for any price with money now in circulation. Pistol I allude to is an extraordinarily good one, but it is not worth $200 of money that will soon be in circulation. I will buy the first one that I can buy for anything like a reasonable price. Moses Kelly says his father has one that your papa can probably buy. If he cannot buy it, I know he can borrow it until I can send him home one. I am determined to buy one. Tell your papa to buy from Kelly if he can. One I shall buy, I can send again if he does not want it, or I can send it to you. Enclosed, I send you military bill passed by our last Congress. You have doubtless seen it in Selma Reporter. Your brother John can be detailed and facts are properly stated to proper authority. I don't know the form of petition, so soon as I do know, I will send the form home. Say to your papa and mother not to wait on me if they can have the petition fixed up before they hear from me. Ralph is well. All are well. Rumor says General Longstreet was at General Lee's headquarters yesterday. If above is true, we may expect something shortly. We are certain to whip the Yankees this spring in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Virginia. Let us hope that we will then have peace. This war can't last much longer. I feel certain that it will close during the coming 12 months. You remember my promise. Never divulge it. I hope this will find you in good health. I have not received a letter from you since my return to the company, except 2 I found here, which you wrote before I went home. I am exceedingly anxious to hear from you. My love to all of the family. Tell Johnny I often think of him. Kiss the baby for me. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 75, Camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, March 17, 1864. My dear Georgie, since my return, I have received 2 letters from you, number 1 and number 2. I ought to have written to you today before yesterday. I have delayed writing until now, hoping by this time that I could send you a book for Johnny. I have sent to Orange today for a book to send him. If I get it, I will write again tomorrow. If I do not get it, I will write the day after tomorrow. Did you know Elvira's condition before you received letters from me stating what Saul told me? On my way here, I wrote to you from Selma, Atlanta, and Richmond. Did you receive all those letters? When do you not receive letters from me regularly? Let me know what numbers you fail to receive. Granting furloughs is suspended for a while. Reason assigned is that railroads beyond Richmond is now used only to transport quartermaster stores. Worthington's application for furlough left regimental headquarters approved. He may never hear from it again. 4 original members of our company have never been home. Ware, Prescott, Hewitt, and Faust. Theodore Rowland started home on furlough, got as far as Montgomery when his furlough had expired. Surgeons there refused to extend his furlough, and he came back to company. He arrived day before yesterday, his face considerably pitted. Those surgeons in Montgomery ought to be forced to the front with muskets on their shoulders. I would like to see some of them chained on a battlefield where bombs fell thick and fast. Some men in bomb-proof positions are wonderfully brave. Ralph is well, all is well. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. We will have peace in less than 12 months. I will tell you while I think so in my next. Tell Johnny I will send him a book by mail. Kiss Willie for me. Elias.
Letter 76, Camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, March 27, 1864. Dear Georgie, yours of 11th this month came to hand day before yesterday. We had no mail today on account of cars having run off track between here and Richmond. Since dark, I have heard whistle of engine, which doubtless announced the arrival of train at Orange Courthouse. So we will get our mail tomorrow morning. Since writing my last, nothing of interest has occurred here. Today we had a little excitement here, occasioned by a report of cannonade heard in direction of Gordonsville. Many were offering to bet that we would have marching orders tonight. I am happy to inform you it is now 10 o'clock and all is quiet in camp. Not even a rumor of marching orders. I have been creditably informed that firing that we heard was merely the shooting of some newly invented shells to test their efficiency. Anything that indicates a march alarms us. We are willing to leave here after the 1st of May. I don't think the battle will open here until some time in May. The snow that but a few days ago covered here the surface of the earth to a depth of 12 inches has disappeared and the ground is almost dry. Roads are in good traveling condition. The ground was very dry before snow fell, and then the weather has been dry and windy, which accounts for the pleasant conditions of ground so soon after the snow. The roads here now would admit of active operations. I think we will have rain. Officers now are not allowed furloughs of indulgence except in very urgent cases. Worthington's application for furlough has been returned disapproved. Hickman has made application to be retired. Macmillan ought to be retired. He will not be able to march in 6 months. All of the members of the company are well except Deason, who has chills. My throat is sore, but much better than it has been. I have disposition to swallow, and the effort to swallow gives me considerable pain. Mark Worthington says I have strong disposition to swallow peas. We are living principally on pea soup, peas, and cornbread. We have the most excellent cornbread. We use soda in cornbread. It helps cornbread as much as it does biscuits. Try it if you don't believe it. Make the meal into a dough with warm water, add soda and salt, and bake carefully. The bread made as directed is superior to biscuits. We draw as much sugar and coffee as we want. Occasionally we draw molasses. We draw as much as we ought to eat. Beef rations have played out. 1/4 pound of bacon is issued to each man daily. We will draw beef during summer months. I don't believe it would be politic to go into Virginia this summer. Yet if we were to start for enemy soil, I would be pleased, knowing that our high officials ought to know our interest better than I do, if such a trip would not be prejudicial to our cause, to say nothing of its being beneficial. I want to invade Pennsylvania again. We won't live well in Pennsylvania, though our stay there would probably be short and sweet. Its termination might be bitter. Many think of General Longstreet is on the eve of starting to Kentucky. If General Longstreet will invade Kentucky and remain there until after presidential elections in the United States government, I think it would do considerable towards defeating Abraham Lincoln. A change of administrations would bring about a peace. If Lincoln is reelected to presidency of the United States government, I believe the war would close in 12 months. If we are blessed with a good crop of grain this year, we are safe. European powers will not suffer this war to continue longer than 12 months, unless at the expiration of time specified, the prospect of our subjugation is better than it is now. All ought to lend a helping hand to the furtherance of our cause now, as so much horrible such a condition becomes. I don't know how we can, and this part is unintelligible. I will not write more until morning. March 29th. Yours of 15th this month, number 6, came to hand just now. I am glad to hear that all were well and doing well when it was written. Much gratified to hear that the Negroes are doing well, that they take the interest in the farm, that they are not behind as to planting. You must caution Saul as to Reuben and Elias's plowing. Deep and slow plowing makes corn. I am yet hopeful that the time is short when I can return home to relieve you of many hardships. Remember that just God rules the world, that he will hear the prayers of those who conduct themselves properly, that it is possible for him to accomplish anything. May he guard and protect you is the daily prayer of your husband. P.S. In this letter, before I discover no word spelled wrongly, in last one, minute for minute. And there's no signature.
This is letter 77, camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia. The date is April 7th, 1864. Dear Georgie, yours of 23rd last month came duly to hand. All the letters that you wrote to me up to that time have come to hand. I am sorry that sickness prevails in that neighborhood. I am afraid that Willie is not a healthy child. I am afraid that he suffers a great deal and consequently causes you much trouble. Nothing of interest has occurred here since writing my last. We had an order yesterday from General Lee requesting all officers and men to observe the 8th this month as a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer. I shall go to church tomorrow at Orange Courthouse. A Mr. Davis of Georgia will preach to our regiment tomorrow at 2 p.m. Parson Renfro has not yet returned from the regiment, and I shall not be surprised if he does not return. We have religious exercise of some sort every Sunday. Prayer meeting every night when the weather will admit it. Since writing my last, we have had some very rough weather. Old winter clasped spring in her rigid embrace, and her countenance became dark and gloomy, and she wept tears of bitterness. Today the sky is serene, the air tranquil and embracing. We go out on inspection in a few minutes. At 9 o'clock last night, our band and a large portion of the regiment assembled at Colonel Shelley's quarters. After band had played 2 pieces, we called for Shelley, not Colonel Shelley, but his brother, who was visiting our regiment. He came forth and interested us for half an hour with a speech. He gives an encouraging account of condition of affairs in Texas. He gave as a few items of news from Texas that have never found their way into papers. He thinks nothing more certain than a difficulty between France and the United States. The prevailing opinion here is that we will meet General Grant's army on some unknown battlefield within the next coming 4 weeks. If General Grant's pole is long enough to knock down the permission that McClellan's, Pope's, Burnside's, Hooker's, and Meade's were not long enough to reach, then we will admit that General Grant was the longest pole in America. People of the United States government expect Grant to take Richmond before June. Health, morale, clothing, arms, and rations of our army are good. All members of the company are well. Ralph is still at Roswell's. I said all of the company are well. Worthington has rheumatism. Remember me to all the family. That we will soon meet is the wish of your husband.
Letter 78, camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, April 20th, 1864. Dear Georgie, since writing my last, I have not received a letter from you. We went on picket Sunday and was relieved today. We had a very pleasant time. We had no troops beyond Rapidan River. As at a house beyond said river was seen on yesterday 3 men on horseback. They were thought to be Yankee. At 11 o'clock on 2 nights previous to last night's dogs barked viciously, which indicated that some person was stirring near said house. Seeing the mounted men and hearing the dogs bark induced some of us to believe the Yankees and horses. Last night, I obtained permission to cross the river with our men. We crossed river in a small bateau, which, by the way, came very near depositing us in the middle of the river, a mile below the house. We marched up the river, keeping as near as possible to the bank, until we were opposite the house. A fence ran at right angle to the river from the yard fence. Moon was shining brilliantly. A man could have been seen 300 yards. In one rank, we moved cautiously toward the house under cover of the fence until we reached the yard. Gate was opened, and one man went to the house, even around it. All was quiet within and without. The dogs did not even bark. No horses were hitched about the house, so we concluded no Yankees were there and retreated toward the boat. Though an extensive plantation, taking in our course other houses, all of which were Yankee-less, we crossed the river at 10 o'clock, recrossed half after 1. Our trip did not pay. It was the first expedition of the sort I was ever on. If the Yankees don't look out sharply, I will get some of them. Whilst on picket, 7 members of our regiment deserted. Some of them had been good soldiers. As to fighting, a few nights ago, they visited a widow's house, demanded her keys, helped themselves to all they wanted of what her house offered, and then, to their disgraceful conduct, insulted the lady of the house. To avoid punishment so richly deserved, they deserted. We witnessed a sad sight today. 2 members of the 9th Alabama Regiment were shot in the presence of the brigade for attempting to desert. One of them was an old man whose head was gray. The other was a young man. The old man met his fate with considerable nerve, said he was not cheated out of many years. Young man's feelings were such as to completely unman him. Conduct was like that of an alarmed child. When officer was trying to tie his hand to the stake, he moaned and sobbed loudly, enough to be heard 100 yards away. He made such a noise as I never heard before, nor never want to hear again. He cried aloud, "Lord, have mercy on my dying soul." The order to fire was given just as he uttered the word soul, and the poor fellow's soul fled from his body. I hope his prayer was answered. I did not see him shot, nor will I ever witness the shooting or hanging of a man if I can avoid it. I was present. Those 2 men are the only Alabamians that have ever been shot in our army in obedience to sentence of court-martial. Signal Corps reported Yankees advancing yesterday. A few more days will bring forth a fight somewhere in Virginia. Yankees will not attack us here. All are well except Sergeant Hugh Denson, who will start home tomorrow on furlough for disability. Macmillan went to Richmond a few days ago with baggage of brigade. Will return tomorrow. Remember me to all the family. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. Let me know if all of my letters are received. They are and will be numbered correctly. W. Morrow says his letters have been opened at Trust Post Office. Say nothing about it. A very bad state of feelings exists between those families. Kiss boys for me. Elias.
This is letter 79 from a camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, dated April 24th, 1864, to Mrs. S.E. Talley. Dear Sister, yours and Georgie's of 13th this month came to hand today. I hope Rhoda continues to do well and that no more cases of sickness of serious nature has occurred in the neighborhood. Disease of which William Edwards died is a horrible disease, from which but few recover. treatment of which is bleed, purge, cup, and blister. Patient's room should be not dark, but darkened. Too much light irritates the inflamed brain. I know Billy's parents are much grieved, and I sympathize with them in their bereavement, but I hope they are consoled by the belief that their loss is his gain. It is a horrible thing to die, to those who have not known Christ. To the Christian, in the language of the poet, death is a deep, enchanting prelude to repose, the dawn of bliss, the twilight of his woes. Our lives are full of trouble. I'd rejoice that I can concur with the poet Tom Moore when he says, "Ever thus from childhood's hour I've seen my fondest hopes decay. I never loved a tree or flower, but 'twas the first to fade away." But it has been with me as with other persons. Many of the dreams of my greener age have not been verified. Many of my youthful hopes have been blasted. I am thankful that I am not left in a worse condition. There are many causes why I should be thankful to a supreme ruler. I shall not attempt to enumerate them. Nothing of interest has occurred here since writing to Georgie. Transportation has again been cut down. No trunks will be hauled. 2 wagons to a regiment. Tents and trunks were sent to Richmond today. I am not hurt by last cut down of transportation. I will keep a change of clothing. I can have hauled a small valise. We are daily expecting orders to leave here. Before this reaches you, wires will probably flash thrilling news from the North Army of Virginia. Army is healthy and in high spirits. Worthington, Fawkes, Martin, McCombs, Glenn, and the others from our neighborhood are well. All of the company are well. I have command of sharpshooters of the regiment, 40 men and 2 sergeants. It is a snatching company. We are to do the skirmishing of the regiment. I am practicing them in target shooting and in judging distances. I hope the fight will not come off until they are well drilled. Tell Georgie I will write day after tomorrow. Remember me affectionately to all of the family. Your brother, Elias.
Letter 80, Camp near Orange Courthouse, Virginia, May 4th, 1864. Dear Georgie, I have sent my valise containing my portfolio to baggage wagon. Half after 11 o'clock today, we received order to strike tents, cut them up, and distribute them among men, cook up rations, and hold ourselves in readiness to march. The sun is an hour high. We are awaiting marching orders. Rumor says our Anderson's division will remain here to guard fords near Rapidan Station. I am of opinion that the fight will occur near Chancellorsville and will occur long before you receive this. A protracted meeting has been in progress here for some time with good results, and closed today when orders came for us to get ready to march. When orders came to regiment, I was listening to a very interesting sermon delivered by Dr. Jeter, a Virginian. He is an intellectual gentleman, and I would have been glad if he could have finished his sermon. We have some most excellent sermons in the Army, much better than we were accustomed to hear at home. We have heard sermons from the most intelligent preachers from different portions of the Confederacy. My portfolio not being here accounts for my letter not being numbered. I don't remember last number I wrote you. But before I forget, let me remind you that you always spell knight wrongly. See dictionary. Knight with a K means sort of a soldier in the time of European chivalry. Night without a K is darkness. Ralph is here. Miss Boswell sent me half a dozen nice biscuits. Cornbread is excellent in camp, but on marches it is too bulky to carry conveniently. Say to your papa that I have made every exertion to buy for him a repeater and have failed. Tell him I have a very large pistol, one that will kill a man 200 yards. I will send it to him by first safe opportunity. I will also send him a repeater when I can. I have received 2 letters from your brother John, and expecting a 3rd from him daily. He was at Spartanburg when he wrote last. I will close tomorrow morning. I may leave here tonight and not have an opportunity to write more, so we'll close now. My love to all of the family. Kiss little boys for me. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 81, Battlefield of Wilderness, 6 miles from Chancellorsville, May 8, 1864. Dear Georgie, bloody work has been going on here since the last 2 days. I never heard before in one day so much musketry as I heard on the 6th this month. C.W. Faust was killed. Tarrant Hewitt and Robert Hewitt were wounded. Our loss has been small considering the amount of fighting done. I have been slightly wounded twice in the leg and the side. My company of sharpshooters have distinguished themselves. I would not say so to any other person except you. I feel good in a fight with them. I am now on skirmish line in front of our brigade. Yankees are not far off. I can hear commands of other officers. It is now 8:00 a.m. Fight will commence before 10 o'clock, at least I think so. Ralph is present with company and well. McCombs, Martin, and others from our neighborhood are well. Tell Johnny I have a valuable present for him. We'll send it to him by first safe opportunity. My love to all the family. Kiss our sweet little children for me. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 82, Picket Line near Spotsylvania, CH, May 20th, 1864. Dear Georgie, I have received but one letter from you since we left Orange, CH. It was of 26th last month and received on yesterday. I have been on skirmish line every day since fighting commenced and have made some hair-breadth escapes. I have been slightly wounded 3 times. My company of sharpshooters has suffered severely. 7 killed, 8 severely wounded, and 1 is missing. Day before yesterday, whilst reconnoitering in front of our line, I mistook a squad of Yankees for Confederates and walked up within 60 yards of them before I discovered my mistake. They halted me. I had 2 alternatives, to surrender or run the risk of being shot in attempting to escape. I chose the latter and ran. 2 guns were fired at us. Bill Ware and Murray of Company C were with me. We could not have escaped if we had not been near some woods. As to the fighting here, we have so far whipped Grant worse than we have whipped any of his predecessors. His army still confronts us. A hard fight occurred yesterday on our left. We are within 300 yards of their picket line. Their line of battle is not 3/4 of a mile from ours. Yankees are now treating us to some splendid music. As to a description of battles that have occurred, you will have read in papers before you get this. Truss, Glenn, McCombs, and others of our company from our neighborhood are well. Ralph is well. Tell Johnny I have a fine silver watch to send him. This is the 3rd time I have written to you since fighting commenced. My love to all of the family. Kiss the little boys for me. Your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. I can't take care of your letters here. I will hereafter return them to you.
This is letter 83. The date is May 27th, 1864. This letter is from Georgia Ann Davis to Elias Davis. My dear, dear Elias, I have not wrote to you in over a week, hoping I would hear from you. I never have been as uneasy as long at one time as I have now. I would be very happy if I knew you were safe and well. I do not feel like I can wait much longer to hear from you. God grant that I may hear soon and hear that you are safe and well. I received yours of 4th this month last night. I have heard Brother John Davis was wounded, but do not know whether it is true or not. Jenny and Tab are still improving. Johnny and Willie are well. Papa and family, Sister Sarah Talley and family are well. I will close, hoping this will find you, and that I will hear from you soon. May God bless you is the prayer of your lonely and devoted Georgia Ann.
Letter 84, Battle Line near Gaines Mill, June 5th, 1864. Dear Georgie, we have not been a regular engagement since writing my last. Regiment has been exposed a great portion of time to fire sharpshooters. James Minyard was wounded yesterday in breast. Ball did not enter cavity of chest. G.W. Hewitt was wounded this morning in thigh, flesh wound. Casualties of Company B, up to now 3 killed. Faust, Prescott, Crumley, 5 wounded, 3 Hewitts, Minyard, and Ruelaine. Day before yesterday, Grant attacked our whole line and was repulsed with heavy loss. We were then in reserve. We are now on front line and anxious for Yankees to charge us. Field in front of us is colored not only by its natural production, but as with blue, unburied dead Yankees. Grant is a barbarian. He cares neither for his living nor dead soldiers. Many of his soldiers, wounded day before yesterday, are still on the battlefield between our lines. If we undertake to carry them off, sharpshooters would shoot us. Grant has never asked to bury his dead on any battlefield since commencement of campaign. He will neither acknowledge defeat. Our loss so far has been very small compared to that of the enemy. We have fought all together on the defensive. We are now confined to trenches. If a man leaves the trench, he does so at risk of losing his life. Worthington and others from our neighborhood are well. Ralph is well. McCombs is in prison. My love to the family. Kiss little boys for me. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 85, Old Battlefield near Gaines Mill, June 9, 1864. Dear Georgie, we left front line last night. We were relieved that we might rest, wash, and exchange clothing. We will probably remain here until tomorrow night when we return to the front. Our portion of line of battle is a bad one. We are subjected to a crossfire. The following mark will illustrate our position. The angle or curve of the line is our position. Our position is not 200 yards from the enemy's line of battle or rifle pits of sharpshooters. At one point are not 40 yards apart. When at our position, we are unable to risk it to go after water without risking loss of life. Consequently, we furnish ourselves with a supply of water during nights, and those who are wounded must lie in trench without surgical attention until darkness obscures his being carried off. Ralph was wounded half after 6 o'clock in the morning and remained in trench until 8 o'clock at night. I wrote to you day after Ralph was wounded, figuring you would not receive said letter. I will particularize regarding his condition. He was in active shooting when he was wounded. Ball struck sight of his gun, by which it was cut into several pieces, wounding him in the face in a number of places, severest of which is in his nose, between his eyes. A third of the ball cut through left wing of his nose into sinus cavity of nose, from which it passed with blood into his throat, and he coughed it up. Wound between his eyes is an ugly wound, but not considered serious. You will understand from above that he was wounded in nose in 2 places. He was also wounded in cheek, forehead, ear, and below his right eye, none of which are serious. He was wounded on 6th this month. I left him on 7th this month at 12. I had shaved him, washed him, and changed his clothing, and he was doing well. I have just seen a member of our regiment who saw Ralph late in evening of the same day at Corp's Hospital. He was still doing well. He was then on eve of starting to Richmond, or rather of being sent to Richmond. He was not able to sit up when I left him, only for a few minutes at a time. You can't imagine how I felt when he was shot. He was knocked speechless. Just as I got to him, he distinctly called my name. The first word he spoke was Elias. My arms were around him in an instant. The next words were, "Is this you, Elias?" Poor fellow could not see. I thought his wound was mortal, and calling me for assistance at such a time almost killed me. I did feel like I was willing to exchange conditions with him. That day will be one fresh in my memory as long as I live. I sit by his side all day applying cold water to his wounds. Morning after he was wounded, swelling of his face had subsided so much that he could open his eyes. Eyes are not injured. I shall never forget the kindness of members of the company on the occasion, and particularly that of Lieutenant T.J. Hickman, W. McMath, and John Truss. I needed water for him to drink and to apply to his wounds. Somewhere in this letter I told you that we were compelled to furnish ourselves with water during the night. Hickman, McMath, and Truss, so soon as they discovered that I needed water, seized a number of canteens and ran to the spring nearly half a mile from our position, and soon returned with canteens full of water, All the time they were exposed to fire of enemy. Road to Spring does not lead perpendicularly from our works to Spring, but runs so as to form an acute angle with our line of battle. A number of men have been wounded at the Spring. G.W. Hewitt was wounded at the Spring. They run a great risk of losing their lives to render assistance to Ralph. If either of them are unfortunate enough to be wounded, if I am alive, I shall not forget their kindness to Ralph. It matters not what may occur, I am an everlasting friend to Truss, Hickman, and McMath. A better soldier nor nobler boy than John Truss is not in the Confederacy. John and Milton Truss are members of sharpshooters of our regiment. Both are good soldiers. I am now on ground that we charged over in '62 in Gaines' Mill battle, where we slept on second night after our fight. Our company is much smaller now than it was then, yet as many men are reported for duty as were then. A large number of our company at that time were sick at hospitals. In your last, you told me that you would in your next tell me how badly cavalry men have treated citizens. They have treated your papa very meanly. I hope they have not troubled you. Some of that home cavalry are as mean as the Yankees. I hope the citizens will shoot some of them. Let them be sure that they are justified and blare away. I gave Johnny's watch to Ralph and told him if he needed money to sell it, if he could get it home to send it to Johnny. It is a magnificent watch. Casualties of our regiment killed and wounded about 175. Casualties of B, 3 killed, 8 wounded, and 2 missing. Total 13. Killed: Faust, Crumbly, and Prescott. Severely wounded: 3 Hewitts, Roulaine, Minyard, Bell, and Ralph. Slightly J.B. Martin in hand. Hask and McCombs missing. I am satisfied Haskett was killed and am satisfied that McCombs is a prisoner. Lieutenant Worthington, Truss, Morrow, and Glenn are well. My health is excellent. I am fattening. Our rations are now suspended. Half pound of bacon, plenty of bread, coffee, and sugar, and for days we have drawn onions. Some of us nearly starved at Spotsylvania. Kiss little boys for me, then we may soon meet, is a constant prayer of your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 86, Battle Line near Gaines Mill, Virginia, June 11th, 1864. Dear Georgie, my last from you of 21st last month. I'm truly sorry to hear of your suffering so much of toothache. You have had a hard time since commencement of this war. I'm hopeful that the end of this war is not far distant in the future, that we will soon meet to part no more while we live. When I wrote my last, we were then in the rear for the purpose of resting, washing, and changing clothing. We remained there 2 days, returned to trenches last night. We are not in the front trench, but close enough to the Yankees to be compelled to keep our heads down. Many balls are continually passing over us, and we are much annoyed by an occasional shell thrown from a mortar. Shells thrown from mortars are thrown up for the purpose of dropping them in the trenches. General Grant, during the last few days, has not hurled his men against our works. I don't believe he will attempt much more until he is reinforced. Grant could have brought his army to its present position without loss of a man. After more than a month's bloody campaign with a loss on his part of killed, wounded, and demoralized 75,000 men, he has reduced land, something unintelligible, above is evidence of our victories. Lieutenant Worthington is unwell today. I have not seen him and consequently do not know his condition. He is at Field Hospital. Truss, Morrow, and Fawkes are well. Glenn is unwell. J.B. Martin is at Brigade Hospitals doing well. I have not heard from Ralph since the day after he was wounded. He was sent to Richmond. I expect news from him tonight. I hope he is doing well.
Georgie, when I have an opportunity, I will send you some money. Don't put yourself to any trouble about having shoes or boots made for me. I have captured an excellent pair of shoes. Will capture more if I live. Ralph has Johnny's watch. I have a gun and pistol for your papa. I have not yet been able to get a repeater. Find out through your papa what we owe Dr. Smith. I will try to make some arrangements to pay him. I have not forgotten my promise. I am doing all I can do to whip this fight, but nothing more than I have done heretofore. My position is more conspicuous than it was in former campaigns, and as I was then confined to Company B. My love to the family, your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 87. Battle line near Fraser's Farm, Charles City Road, June 14th, 1864. Note, this letter was written between the lines of Georgie's letter number 83, dated May 27th, 1864. Dear Georgie, this is my last from you. Army left our front near Gaines Mill night before last. We arrived here before 3 o'clock p.m. yesterday. Nothing but cavalry appeared on front. It has disappeared this morning. Enemy is reported lost. He is suspected to be crossing the James River. We are expecting orders to march. Grant is doubtless waiting to siege Richmond. Raiders may cut our railroads leading south. They will not be able to hold them. No casualties in Company B since writing my last. Lieutenant Worthington, Truss, Morrow, Glenn, and Fawkes are well. Major Truss is under arrest, and he has all of my sympathy. You will please not say anything about it, and I will write all the particulars after his trial by court-martial. Truss has my unbounded sympathy. Worthington will make an effort to go home immediately after this fight closes. I may get home sooner than you expect. Ralph was doing well 4 days ago. My health is good. I shall write frequently. My love to all of the family. Kiss again the little boys for me. The greatest pleasure I enjoy is the frequent indulgence of the hope that we will soon meet and happily live together. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 88, Battle Line, 2 miles southeast of Petersburg, Virginia. Skirmish Line, June 20, 1864. Dear Georgie, my last from you is of 31st last month. On 18th this month, we marched from New Market to our present position, distance of 24 miles. We crossed James River at Chaffin's Bluff, mile below Drury's Bluff. The day was very warm and the road very dusty. Consequently, many of men straggled. I suffered very much from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. of sick headache. I did not straggle. During night of 17th was done, near Petersburg, the most desperate fighting of the war. Enemy charged our works a number of times and finally took part of them, which our troops, when reinforced, retook. A sealed communication was sent over yesterday at 4 p.m. from enemy General Lee to the flags of truce. Contents of communication unknown. Answer was returned at 6:30 p.m. Enemy has thrown a few shell into Petersburg, wounding 2 ladies and 2 little children. Enemy is trying to get possession of railroads leading south from Richmond. Since our arrival here, sharpshooters and cannonading have been almost incessant day and night. No enemy in our front. Grant's army is massed between Bermuda 100 and Plank Road leading from Petersburg to Southampton County. Whilst Grant is trying to reach railroad here, Hunter, at the head of column of 18,000 men, is trying to reach Danville Road from Staunton. I think Grant and Hunter are trying to form a junction south of here. I know that Grant can't take Petersburg, and if he moves any farther by his left flank, we will destroy his army. We have force enough after Hunter to scatter his command to the 4 winds. When that is done, said force can go to Washington if Grant does not go there at double quick. Ralph is doing well when I heard from him. He has probably gone home. Morrow, Truss, Glenn, Fawkes, Martin, and Worthington are all well. My health is excellent. All are cheerful and hopeful of an early peace. My love to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 89, Picket Line near Petersburg, Virginia, July 13th, 1864. My dear Georgie, I have not heard from you in a long time by letter. I saw Isaac Herring day before yesterday. He says he saw you about middle of last month and that you and the family were at that time well. Herring is in 8th Alabama Regiment, Wilcox's old brigade. We don't think this climate will suit his health. I told him I thought he would get well. I think he has played out long enough. We have been here nearly a month, arrived here evening of 18th of June. Our regiment has been in 3 engagements since then. In the first, Lieutenant Mark Worthington was killed. Cannonading won't produce rain, for we have had more or less every day since then. I suppose Ralph is at home before now. He will probably go to see you. He has Johnny's watch. Tell him if he will be a good boy, I will send him something else. When I can. Lieutenant Worthington is buried about a mile from here. I shall visit his grave so soon as I can and write more particularly respecting it. I did not see him after he was killed. I could not do so. Parson Renfro superintended his burial. He procured for him a neat coffin. He and Colonel Shelley are buried side by side. We miss Colonel Shelley very much. He was a good officer and a good man. No captain in our regiment can fill his vacancy. I wrote some time ago that Major Truss was under arrest. He has had his trial. We have not heard the sentence. I am sorry for him. I will write more, all respecting his case, in my next letter. We are, with few exceptions, in the enjoyment of good health and buoyant spirits. L. Fawkes is at a brigade hospital, sick. I have not seen him and do not know his condition. Truss, Morrow, Glenn, S. Roulaine, and Leslie are well. Vegetation is suffering here for rain. Last rain was on 24th of May, 7 weeks. General Morgan's command is said to be in Maryland with General unintelligible. Yankees say Early is falling back. I am now in full view of Yankees. We are not shooting at each other. Papers are exchanged here daily. I have not heard from J.W. Davis since a few days, unintelligible, wounded. I heard that Ralph has gone home. I am in good health and hopeful that the end of the war is near. I have not forgotten my promise. Tell your papa I have a repeater for him, large 6-shooter. My love to all of the family. Tell Johnny I want to see him and Willie very much. Your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 90, Skirmish Line near Petersburg, Virginia, July 27th, 1864. Dear Georgie, I have not written to you for several days on account of having heard a railroad was cut between Atlanta and Montgomery. Billy Ware leaves for home on a furlough of indulgence tomorrow. By him, I send your papa a repeating pistol to the care of Judge Kelly. With it, I send him a tube, wrench, and some cartridges. Pistol needs a little repair. If he has a sight put on, tell him to have a high sight made or he will always overshoot. Tell him to try a few cartridges so soon as he gets it. In loading it, it is not necessary to break a cartridge. Insert it as is. I am fearful Yankees have visited Montgomery. In truth, I have some fears that they have visited our neighborhood. I have seen so much destruction of property in Petersburg and so much in consequence of it that my heart sickens when I think of Yankee Raiders visiting section of county where those who live near and dear to me are. Many families of Virginia live in affluence before this war are now homeless and dependent upon the charity of the public to sustain life. We have official news that Early has routed Yankee General Hunter near Winchester. We feel confident that Richmond is as safe as Washington if Hood will hold Atlanta. We expect peace soon. It may come unexpectedly to you. Godspeed the time for arrival. My duty is heavy. I am on skirmish line 2/3 of the time. I'm within 300 yards of place where Lieutenant Worthington was killed. Yankee skirmish line is between me and the place. We are not shooting. At one point, the line sharpshooting is incessant, night and day. Confederates and Yankees are not more than 50 yards apart. Heavy cannonading is now heard near or on the James River. Morrow, Truss, Glenn, Martin, Fawkes, and others from our neighborhood are well. Martin's finger is not yet well. Elsie Fawkes' health is improving. Lewis has been unwell for some time. His health is now very good and improving. My health is excellent, and I frequently imagine that I look well. Major Truss was deprived of his commission and enrolled. I think that he will be reinstated. He has my sympathy. Charges were disobedience of orders, insubordination, and mutinous conduct. I will write at length respecting the affair at the proper time. My love to the family. That we may soon meet is the wish of your husband, Elias Davis. P.S. The pistol will be left in the care of P. Hickman, Ileton.
Letter 91, Bivouac near Petersburg, Virginia, August 3rd, 1864. Dear Georgie, Hewitt leaves here from home this morning. My last letter from you was written 6th July. J. Reed came to company a few days ago. He brought no letters. Last Saturday, 30th of July, is a day that will long be remembered by members of our brigade. Yankees sprung a mine at 5 a.m., blowing up part of our works 2 miles from our position, charged our men who gave way. General Mahone was ordered to take his division and retake our works. Our brigade is said to have made the grandest charge of the war, capturing 3 strands of colors and 500 Yankees and Negroes. The number of brigade in the fight did not overreach 500. I am told that the ground where the fight occurred was covered with dead Negroes and Yankees, in some places 3 days. Loss of our regiment is not more than 15 killed and wounded. L.C. Fawkes was dangerously wounded in the shoulder. I have not seen him. It was out of my power to see him. I am told that he was sent to hospital at Danville. I was not with brigade. Our battalion of sharpshooters was left on skirmish line in front of works, occupied by brigade persons to fight. Brigade was returned to old position. We were on skirmish line 3 nights and 4 days. We were relieved last night and are resting today. Since our arrival here, sharpshooting has paid us, as we have missed 3 fights. If the war continues, this time will come when we will catch fits. I command a good company. All the members are men of my selection. Major, commanding battalion, is a nice man, a particular friend of mine. Major Crow of 9th Alabama Regiment, I formed his acquisition on battlefield of Sharpsburg in 1862. Our brigade was scattered to the 4 winds on that memorable day. Major Crow was commanding 10 men of his regiment. His command was called 9th Alabama Regiment. I could not see a man of our regiment. I had the colors of 10th Alabama Regiment, and I reported to Crow, giving him my name, company, and regiment. In the evening, we made a handsome chase. I would not tell the above to any person but you. In one charge, I bore the colors of 10th Alabama Regiment, and if I had been killed, no member of the regiment could have told the tale. A squad of 10th Alabama Regiment was in the charge commanded by Captain Reagan. At the time, I was not aware of the fact. You must pardon me for alluding to a battle which occurred long ago in the midst of so many. I merely allude to it that you may know the mutual regard existing between Major Crow and myself. Troops that our brigade fought were principally Negroes, and the slaughter was immense, heart-sickening. All here feel confident of security of Richmond. If General Hood can hold Atlanta, no doubt exists in my mind as to the war closing next winter. Georgie, you must not make any more clothing for me. I can buy clothing from government much cheaper than you can make clothing. As to shoes or boots, you must not try to have any made. I can buy from government good English shoes for $12. Some time ago, I wrote to Pa to get my watch from Brother Ed and keep it, that I wanted Johnny to have one of the watches and Willie the other. I must close as Hewitt leaves now. Much love to all of the family, that this war will soon be closed and that we can survive is the constant wish of your husband, Elias Davis.
Letter 92, Skirmish Line near Petersburg, Virginia, August 8, 1864. Dear Georgie, as a member of our brigade leaves for home today, I will avail myself the opportunity to send you a letter. Nothing of interest has occurred here since the battle on the 30th of July. In a former letter, I wrote that L.C. Fawkes was severely wounded in the shoulder. He was sent to hospital at Lynchburg or Danville. I wish I could write more respecting Lewis, as I did not see him after he was wounded and have not heard from him since he was sent to hospital. I know but little respecting him. Surgeon of regiment did not consider his wounds dangerous. Truss, Morrow, Glenn, and Leslie are well. J.B. Martin is at hospital at Petersburg. His finger is not yet well. He is in bad health, but not seriously sick. I saw him day before yesterday. Our petition for reinstatement of Major Truss was disapproved by General Lee. Major Truss has skedaddled for, I suppose, some cavalry command. I heard yesterday from a notable source that Colonel Forney is exchanged and that he has gone home. I am afraid he will not be able for field service. He is the only field officer in the regiment. I have been highly endorsed by the officers present of this regiment. All except one have signed a petition asking that I be appointed major of the regiment. Captain Brewster is the ranking officer. He did not sign the petition. I do not much desire the position and shall not be disappointed if I do not get it. I don't think I can legally be appointed major unless all of the captains would waive their rank. I need no clothing. If you have a good opportunity to send me clothing, you can send me one shirt. I can buy clothing from the government cheaper than you can make it. My health is most excellent. I frequently think of our little boys. Willie can stand alone, I suppose. I hope the time is not long when I can return home to remain with you. I shall write as often as I have opportunities to send you letters. My love to all of the family. Your husband, Elias Davis.
I am standing inside of historic Oak Hill Cemetery in downtown Birmingham. I'm staring at downtown right over the camera here, and I am standing at the grave of Rhoda Georgianne Davis, wife of Elias Davis, and I'm going to read letter 93 from Elias Davis from a bivouac near Petersburg, Virginia, dated August 13th, 1864. My dear Georgie, again I have the opportunity to send you a letter. My last letter from you was written on 6th of July. A letter came by mail day before yesterday, mailed on 9th of July for Lieutenant Worthington. All letters to Lieutenant Worthington since his death have been given to Miss Worthington's brothers. Rumor says Grant is sending troops from Petersburg. We had orders last night and still have orders to hold ourselves in readiness to move. Many conjectures are afloat as to meaning of orders. We expect no fighting here unless we act the offensive part. I am expecting to hear of a considerable fight in the Valley of Virginia. As to disposition of our troops, I am not at liberty to write. Grant will not be able to fool General Lee badly. In the commencement of this campaign, Grant hurled his immense army against us with the expectation of scattering our army like chaff before the wind. Fouled in this, he, by a mathematical calculation, concluded that he could give man for man, and in course of time, his army being larger than ours, that when all of General Lee's army should be killed, he would have a remainder large enough to occupy Richmond. But General Lee, being his master in the art of war, managed to kill 5 of Grant's men whilst he was killing one of ours. Grant failed in his rushing and swapping projects, has at last resorted to strategy. How he will succeed, time can only tell. Grant's people are down on him with a vengeance. Yankees are deserting in large numbers. Since our arrival here, a considerable number of our army has deserted. Night before last, 25 members of 9th Alabama Regiment, including one commissioned officer, deserted. They did not go to the Yankees, are efforting to get home. Some of them had been good soldiers. I am much surprised at the desertions from our army now as the campaign here is drawing to a close and we are living better than we did at this time 2 years ago. Our rations now are good, as much as we want. Shoes and clothing are more abundant than they were 2 years ago. All have shoes. The prospect for an early peace is more cheering than it has been since commencement of war. Morrow, Glenn, Truss, Leslie, and Minyard are all well. Martin's health is improving. I have not heard from Fawkes since he was sent to hospital. Hope he is doing well. Members of the company are generally in fine health. I wrote 5 days ago that petitions had gone up asking that I be appointed Major of Regiment. I shall not be grieved nor badly disappointed if I do not get the position. Brigade General Sanders will do all he can to have me promoted. Georgie, as to clothing, I have a sufficiency to do me until I go home, including shoes. Government furnishes us excellent shoes at $12 a pair. I shall write as often as I can send you letters. My love to family, also to Aunt Sari. Kiss little boys for me. Your husband, Elias Davis. And the transcriber, Earl Massey, of these letters, made a note at the end of letter 93. The above letter was the last one Dr. Elias Davis wrote before he was killed on August 21st, 1864, in the Virginia Battle of the Weldon Railroad.